Bro. Thank you. How you doing? Hey, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello. Happy time zone. How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Welcome back. Or welcome to a video game stream on the internet. Thanks for the prime. Hello. Welcome. I hope you enjoy the moats. I hope you enjoy the case we are about to embark upon. Tuna fish. You can tune a guitar, but can you tune a fish? My hair looks especially hair today. Thank you. It is made of hair. Of course, it's like a regular zoo. It's a little bit of kangaroo court. Or something. But yeah, hello. You never catch me live. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate having you. We're about to start case 4 of this video game, which has so far been an extremely normal video game. And I'm excited for more of it. Hello. Let's get caught up on stuff, shall we? I don't know. Jesus. I don't think there's anything else to preamble about, other than I can very briefly mention that there is a last night I watched there was a Tears of the Kingdom GDC talk from the most recent GDC that they released on GDC's website, and I watched that last night, and there's some very neat stuff in there, which if you're interested in game development and stuff, recommend looking up, because every time we get a peek at Nintendo's tools and behind the scenes, it feels like such a, you know, peeking behind the curtain moment. They're an especially secretive developer, so they're like, here is the tool we use to make the audio work. You're like, that's a lot of nodes. And they showed a bunch of, like, behind the scenes footage of the game exploding, which is fun, because Tears of the Kingdom is a bonkers game. One of my biggest takeaways, though, was they had one of the lead sound designers. The talk is focused on physics and audio. It's called Tunes of the Kingdom. It's on their website. It's not on their YouTube yet. But yeah, one of my big takeaways, which I'm like, how did I not consciously notice this, was he was like, we've done a bunch of things with interactive audio in the past. This was just us taking things to a new level. And they're showing like, oh, you know, in Twilight Princess, during the boss fights, we dynamically fade in a more exciting version when the boss is weak. So they showed the I don't remember his name, the skull head that you're flying around on the spinning top, and then you bonk into him and he falls down and you can hit him with your sword. So they like fade in an exciting version where it's like, oh, now's the time to strike. So like that's interactive. They showed in Skyward Sword how in the bazaar there's all these different themes for each store, and how it dynamically shifts between them. And I was like, yeah, that's not too crazy. But he's like, actually, they didn't even he was like, it's a little brief aside. He was like, it's actually transitioning from a 4/4 time signature to 3/4 when you talk to the lady who stores your stuff. And I was like, it felt slower BPM, but it is actually dynamically shift. I'm like, I kind of want to boot up Skyward Sword and like run back and forth and be like, how are they? It must just be like trying to like, you know, match on a measure or something. Anyway, but yeah, the thing though that I was like, how did I not notice this? Is they talked about in Spirit Tracks, these sound effects for the train are synchronized to the music. So the chugga 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 noise of the engine as you're like speeding up and slowing down is actually synced up to the overworld music. And I was like, did I never notice? Like, I must have just subconsciously been like, this game's great, because it is a neat game. It's flawed, but, you know, it's cool. But I'm like, what? Like, that's so good. And, like, makes perfect sense that, like, someone was probably playing it on the team and was like, it sucks that it's, like, out of sync and it's, like, just, like, slightly behind or something. So, yeah, it, like, apparently... again, I'm like, I need to go back and look at my VODs of Spirit Tracks and be like, it must be, because, yeah. Yeah, the music in Spirit Tracks is amazing. But I'm like, what a smart addition to just make it feel more cohesive as you're out exploring the world. But, yeah. But it explains why, yeah, because you're adding this percussive element as you're moving through the world, which is like genius. Anyway, it's a very good talk, especially if you're into Tears of the Kingdom. There's some very good takeaways that I got from it. But yeah, I know, I'm like, yeah, I'm 80% sure someone probably mentioned it, and yeah, it was good. Yeah, I've played a lot of Zelda games on the channel. But anyway, for whoever was asking for a link, let me see if I still, yeah, here we go. It's on the GDC website, called Tunes of the Kingdom, Evolving Physics and Sounds for Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah. There's the link. But yeah. Anyway, when good design works, you don't notice it, which is what makes it good. Yeah. Which is why it's always really cool when the developer gets to flex and be like, here's a thing you might not have noticed. And then I always try, whenever possible, to be like, wait, is there a cool thing happening? Let me try to figure out what they're doing. Which I'm aware of maybe 5% of the tricks that they're doing in a game like that. But yeah, no, it was very, very cool. Yeah, a lot of people have been posting clips from the talk on like Twitter and stuff. But it's good. It's good. Especially, again, they spend a lot of time talking about the physics in Tears of the Kingdom because that's the most insane, bonkers part of it. One of my favorite takeaways. I don't want to just go through the entire thing because you should watch it. It's good. He talked about how they had a very silly problem where in Tears of the Kingdom you can set down a cooking pot anywhere, including on sloped terrain. And so they were like, oh, but we don't want your soup falling out, so it should be like stabilized, so it's upright. And someone on the team proposed telescopic feet that would extend down to make sure it was standing upright, no matter where you put it down. And they didn't do that. He showed like a little prototype that they whipped up. But he's like, what they do? And I'm like, I used that maybe once in the game. I didn't really worry too much about, I need to cook food right now. But the bowl on top pivots to face upright. So if you put it on a slope, you put it down, and then it goes whoop. It goes soup. It goes, so it's upright. And it's like, okay, neat. A consequence of that, apparently, is that as a physics object, because they talk about how every single object in Tears of the Kingdom is physics-driven, because if it wasn't, it would break physics calculations elsewhere, because they don't know what the player's gonna do. So, like, if that didn't use physics, you could, like, wedge a plank in there and it would explode. So, like, it has to be physics. Everything's physics. So it has this ball and hinge joint or whatever inside of it to drive this calculation, so then when you put it down, whatever. And what that means is apparently the cooking pots make for good suspension if you make a car. And they didn't realize that, and people started playing the game. They showed footage where people had like a plank of wood and then a cooking pot and then a wheel, and then they're driving that over terrain, and it's like actually making really good suspension because it's got this rotational joint. And it's like, so anyway, it's fascinating. Go look it up. It's just like, not only is that game insane, but like having them talk about like not just like, oh look, people made Metal Gear, isn't that silly? It's like, we added this thing so your soup wouldn't fall out. And that made for good suspension on a car. It's just like, that game's nuts. Anyway, it was neat. He was going, I know, it's loud. Yes, no, that is in the same talk. Not the best name. It was a very funny slide. They're talking about how they a lot of the audio talk. The audio talk is fascinating as well. But there's a bunch of reactive audio based on different things. And one of the things is if you take too long on a shrine, the music kind of fades out and becomes more subdued. So it just shows like them standing next to a puzzle, and then it just like quickly time lapses and it's just like quieter. It's just like, it's like, yeah, it's just like a subtle thing you would never really consciously be aware of. It's just like, let's just take the pressure off, just to give you time to think. It's just, yeah, it's good. Anyway, GDC talks are great. Let me get caught up with stuff. I just wanted to yell about that because I thought that was neat, and in case people did not see that was released to the public. In between the stream, there were some resubs and subs from Medduax, Zebrun, and Nerdybun. So thank you for that. Firthster, thanks for 43 months. Thanks for the Prime. Smashman, thanks for 100 bits. Chat, can I please get some Big Frog? Because that's whatever pops in my mind whenever I hear this track from Donkey Kong Country 2. Is this Forest Interlude? No, this is In a Snowbound Land. Yeah, thank you. There's something about it. First, thank you, Smash by the 100 bits. Scary for the most dense final case so far, and that's saying something. This is gonna be denser than DL6. I mean, we haven't gotten any of the, like, what happened to Phoenix 7 years ago, so if that's in this case too, then yeah, I could see that. Got a GDC once in college, it was such a cool experience. I've always wanted to attend, and then every time I seriously think about it, I check their website, and it's like, a ticket costs how much? I'm good. I'm just gonna watch the talks online. Thank you. Going through like a program sounds rad, but paying your way, yay, yowza. Denser than the protagonist. Yeah. You mean Phoenix, correct? It seems like a cool thing to attend someday, but like, how much? I think like the cheapest tickets were like $300 or $400, maybe like up to $6. I don't remember, but that's not including like the airfare and hotel, which it's in San Francisco, which is not a cheap city. Food, all kinds. It's like literally just be like, I want to enter into the show floor, the conference center. It's hundreds and hundreds of dollars, yeah, which is a lot. Yeah, I think I like this game. I'm excited. I've been really enjoying this game so far. I feel like I went in with weird expectations of like, I don't know what to expect, but it's been good. Sounds like $1,000. Oh yeah. Are game devs rich people? No. If you are on game dev Twitter every spring when GDC is, you will see the same complaints every single year. Valid complaints that need to be said, but like, there are some programs that try to do like sponsorships and grants to make it more accessible, but like, yeah, it is a brutally difficult thing to attend for a lot of people, especially international devs. So yeah. Thank you. I may not give my life for honor. I may not give my life for honor. But I would gladly give for you. I would gladly give for you. And when I hunger for a tree frog. And when you hunger for a tree frog. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Thank you. Thank you for the game devs get paid way less than their counterparts in their fields. 100%. There's a lot of game devs who have been like, I'm leaving game dev and just going into software dev and making twice the money for half the stress. Like, it is not a sustainable field for a lot of people in a lot of different aspects of the industry. But anyway, that's a topic for a different day. The good news is that GDC perpetually releases their talks for free online. Usually, sometimes they take literally years to release, so it's cool that we got the Tears of the Kingdom talk so soon after the event. But yeah, it usually takes a while. Just make Balatro, just make Lethal Company. Just get crazy, crazy lucky that your good game got noticed. Oh yeah. Not all the talks. No, I think there might be some that have literally never escaped the vault. If you pay, you gain access to the GDC vault on their website, but then they release ones for free on their website, as well as they have a YouTube channel with thousands and thousands of hours of amazing talks that you should go watch. It's a good time. So I'm glad that, you know, it's expensive as fuck, but I don't have to attend to reap some of the benefits. So that's good. Gam, thanks for 76 months. Monkey. Cool monkey. Thanks, Gam. That's a lot of months. Thank you. Argento Nazi, thanks for soup. Rainy Sunday equals time to rain some justice. It's just time for justice. Sir Dan, thanks for the raid. K's Mariah, thanks for 69 bits. Can't wait to see how this case turns out. Same. It's called Turnabout Succession, I think, which makes me think of like the what is it the path of succession, you know, like royalty. It's about that TV show. Yeah, I love HBO's The Succession. I've never seen, so I guess we'll see what it's about. I'm excited though. Draco, thank you for 23 months. Marquis, thanks for 74 and a tier 2. Hi Barrel, I hope you're having a good Marquis. Thank you so much. My dice roll once. Thanks for 17 months. How much sanity will be lost today? I'm thinking of it in terms of like the Bloodborne oh no meter, which is like about full. There's not a lot of room left before I just explode. So hopefully this is a nice, calm, rational case where things kind of make sense. It's just kind of open shut. Makes sense. It's good. I have sanity a little bit left. A what? You know, like in Bloodborne, if you look at the wrong thing, your meter fills up and then you explode. Nice. Like real good day. Thanks. I keep meaning to mess with the color balance because I have a bunch of weird conflicting light sources, but thank you. ZVXA, thank you for the prime. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Thank you. Welcome to the house. Enjoy your crayon scribbling of a key that you can crumple up and mash into a keyhole, and it works just fine. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the emotes. We have a couple for Ace Attorney, as well as a bunch of other good ones out there. Emerald, yeah. I want to look like a tomato. This case was split turned into 2 cases. Have part of it be case 4 and the rest of it be case 5. Shoot said didn't feel right splitting up. Made it one huge case. Yeesh. What do I have to do to fix my webcam frame rate? Add a light. So the way that my webcam works, which is just like a Logitech USB webcam, it only supports high frame rates at I think specifically 720p, and you need to go into the settings and disable it. So it has like a auto exposure, auto white balance, a bunch of things like that. But specifically, it needs enough light, because if you, I could have no light. I mean, I could just turn off this light right now. Boom. And it's dark. But it's still a higher frame rate because I went into the settings. I do it every time I stream. I have to go into the settings and turn off this like automatic calibration thing it does when there's not enough light. Bah! Yeah, when there's light, it helps. Where'd it go? So yeah, it's that. But anyway, this might be your last chance to check in with Charlie. Hope Charlie's doing good. Only 720p. Yeah, it's weird. The camera supports up to a really high resolution, but then it just plummets the frame rate. It doesn't remember settings? No. Which is, you know, it's fine. My my mental stream checklist is like probably like 20 things long. I've just been doing it long enough that I'm like, yeah, thank you. I just know, like, okay, I boot up this, I open up this, I have to go into these settings, check these things off, go over here. It's great. There's probably a way to automate it, but it's fine. It's not, it doesn't take that long. It's more so about if any part of this changes, if any part of this breaks in the chain. Speaking of which, okay, I just checked. So the last 2 streams, my during stream closed captioning was busted. I think it fixed itself. Knock on wood. I'm checking right now and it looks good. That doesn't show up on the VOD on Twitch or on YouTube. It's it's an extension just for while I'm streaming. But yeah, after stream yesterday, it was still broken. I stopped it and restarted and was checking and it was fine. And I was like, what's happening? So I'm looking at it again and it looks good. Let me know if it breaks again though. Because I can look into other options, but this one's been good for a while. Now it's definitely good, yeah, because I talked about it. Razer cameras remember their settings. What a concept. What? They do? I want to pull favorite funky letter. QXYBM. Is B a funky letter? Asking for a B name person. Yesterday, 2 days ago. Whatever, you know, time. Last stream. Code Knight, thanks for 6 months of Jar Golden Key. Just finished up the entire FF7 Rebirth VODs. Really enjoying this run of Apollo Justice so far. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the VODs, and thank you so much. Kitsuda Civ, thanks for gifting a sub to Kimi Kappa for their 11th month. Enkiko Mana, thanks for 19 months. Barotate. Claire X, thanks for 62 months. Missed a lot of streams. Was on vacation in the middle of nowhere, so can't watch VODs either. We'll have no context whatsoever in this stream. Well, we're starting a new case, so it's kind of the best time to just hop in live and see what the hell happens. Smash Matt, thanks for soup. Upright soup. You have to have a balanced soup in order to, etc. Case Mariah, thanks for our soup. Funky Kong Beats. That funky monkey. Ramdom, thanks for 10 months. Welcome back. Jake Doodle, thanks for the hammy. Birthday rent hammy. Let's go. Happy birthday, Jake Doodle. Hey, shoutouts to Jake Doodle for letting me stream a million different. I have gotten so much usage out of this Capture DS. So seriously, thank you. And happy birthday. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you. Blooper Dooper, thanks for 69 bits. I got Tech Week from my school's play coming up, so I'm chilling right now. Wait, Tech Week is a chill time for you? You must be, well, I was gonna say in a derisive sense, you must be in the cast, but Tech Week is a stressful time for the cast too. Tech Week is just when the crew is in full-on panic, no sleep mode, from my experience. You must be Ames. No, I'm like, who the hell chills during Tech Week? Not the cast, not the crew. Who are you? And what are you doing? What has changed since I was doing theater in school? It's coming up, not now. I got Tech Week coming up, so I'm chilling. Okay, you're right. Reading comprehension is not my strong suit, apparently. I'm doing mics. Okay, that's rad. I did audio when I volunteered for my school in high school. I was mostly sound. When I got a job at a local theater, I did a bunch of different stuff. But yeah, I did mics and sound mixing and stuff. It was great. I was weirdly just thinking, I had like a flashback, like a, oh my god, I haven't thought about this, where it was me and this other guy, Daniel. The two of us were the sound techs for most of high school. He was the lead. I was more like second fiddle. Like he would kind of be responsible for most things and I would just kind of fill in the gaps. We were both sitting on the soundboard, so if there were enough mics, I would have to be doing stuff there as well. I had a giant rack next to me that was like both for processing the mics as well as like had the sound system hookup. So if there was any music or sound, that was my job. And I just vividly remembered we did a play that had basically no audio the entire thing. Yeah, it had a giant rack. And there was a CD player. And so there was this one part it was at the end of the play, literally like everything it's like full drama and he's standing there and like his wife is dead or whatever. I don't remember what the play was or what it was about. He's just standing there and then music starts to play and that's the cue for the lights to dim and for the curtain to close. And I'm sitting there and the CD is not playing, it's just skipping in there. I'm just like, and there's a full house of like, I think the theater sat like 200 or so, and I'm just like listening to it going bit, 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 like skipping next to my head. And I'm just like, and they're on the headset like, what the fuck, where's the, I'm like, it's just not. And then I think it eventually did play, Or no, I think they might have just like dipped the lights, and then the audience is like, I guess it's over. It was just like really awkward. And then the director, who was the drama teacher, came storming over and he was like, "What did you do?" He was so mad at me. And I was like, it's a shitty CD player. I don't know what to tell you, man. Yeah, I was reliving my trauma. I was like, I haven't thought about that in a million years. It was just like one show, I think, where that happened. But it was fun too, because it was like a CD player that was like built into this big audio rack. And so I would just have to press the eject button and it would slide into my shoulder because we were crammed in here, and I have to take the CD and slot it in and push it in. And then as soon as it started reading, it would play. There was no way to cue it up. So when you're talking about he finishes his line and then the audio starts to, this music, the song starts to play, it's like, I just had to be like, now? And then it'll like spin for a bit and then start to play. It was not a science at all. I'm just like, in hindsight, I'm like, man, if only we had like a way to hook up a laptop and play it with an MP3, that would have been so much better. But this would have been like 2006 or so. I'm old. So, I mean, we had laptops and shit and MP3s, obviously, but it was public school. I don't know. They weren't gonna have that set up. But anyway, I don't know why I went on that whole rant, but it was fun. It was a good time. Do theater, kids. It's great. You learn a lot of skills. It's a good time. And you get a lot of, oh God, the responsibility is falling on me, and it's not entirely up to me. It's great. Why is the CD Dire Straits Brothers in Arms? It was great because there were a couple times when no one was in the theater, and we would actually have I know we actually did. Now I'm thinking back, like, why the hell didn't we? Because there were times when we would watch movies on someone's laptop in the sound booth at the back of the house, and we would pipe the audio into the speakers in the theater. So anyone that walked in, it would be a dark room with loud booming audio, and we were just in the back huddled around a laptop. So I'm like, we definitely had a way to hook a laptop into the soundboard, but I guess he just had it on a CD. I don't know. Anyway, I gotta go back in time and yell about it. I do. I gotta go. All right. Anyway, let me finish getting caught up. So we play the video game. Whistle Wolfine, thanks for 32 months. I can finally perceive I can fight Bifa. You're fighting, Apollo's fighting Bifa? I don't think he's gonna win. True Popper Go, thanks for 16 months. Just started watching the VODs of Dan Jones and Dragons. You and the rest of the party, and also Dan, have all been amazing so far. Thank you. I'm glad to hear it. It's been a lot of fun for me. Before Dan Jones and Dragons, the longest D&D I've ever been a part of, like on the internet or off the internet, I think was the previous Dan Jones and Dragons, like, I don't know what you would call it, but like the short session, the short campaign that we did. The VODs for that are on my channel, those were a ton of fun. But that was like 5 sessions, 6 sessions, I don't remember. But yeah, now we're up to like 20 something sessions for it's just like, having now played D&D long enough, we're like, we've spent time with these characters. It's really cool. Like no wonder people have been obsessed about D&D for decades, because I've played a lot of like one-shots and like very small things where it's like, I made a new character and then we went into a dungeon and we fought a guy in the end, and it's like, okay, that was fun. But it seems like the more you can really kind of sink your teeth into a world, the more the richer the experience becomes. It's been like 2 years, yeah, but like not even in game, but yeah, like the number of sessions we've done, like many hours, and I still don't know how to play my character. Every time we're in combat, when it's not my turn, I'm going through all my documentation, going, what do I do? Why did I roll an artificer? I have too many options. And then I'm like, I'll do the same thing I do every turn. It's great. It's a good time. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying those VODs. It's a good time. They're on Dan's channel. Smash Bros. 100 bits. Sticker Brush Symphony, my beloved. This makes me wish you go back to DKC3. Never! I might, maybe, I don't know. Blangry gifted a sub to Maya's chair. I'm glad, welcome. Hey, thanks, game. I'm just role-playing Trilby. Yeah, exactly. Flipping through books like, oh, geez. I do have the 5e Player's Handbook on my shelf back there. I did have that for the first, like, dozen sessions, and I realized a lot of what we're doing with my character is, like, not fully homebrew, but kind of homebrew adjacent, where there's a lot of artificer stuff that's just not completely in the book, and then we've been kind of bolting stuff onto my character so he can do more things that make sense for his stupid character. But yeah. 5 eclairs, that's what 5E stands for. Anyway, Auburn Bear, thanks for 18 months. Enjoy your very mildly Chris Golden Key. My sub baby number 2. What do you want to name it? Name it, Maya Spin? There she go. Caddis Magic, thanks for 5 years. Enjoy your tier 2. Kiwi Key. Thank you. 5 whole years in the berry house, and I finally found the kitchen. I hope you enjoy kiwis. Johnny Oni, thanks for 68 months. In this case, someone was murdered. Don't speak lies and get perjured. Perjured. We're on a good pace. Is this the second case? The end doesn't rhyme, but chat is cute. Thank you, Johnny Oni. Synonymally, thanks for 16 months. And Bowsette Gone Wild, thanks for 40. Another month of forgetting to hit the cancel button. You can go ahead. If you need to cancel, do it now before you forget again. I appreciate the resub, though. It means a lot. Your support is what allows me to be a dingus on the internet. But also, you come first, and whether or not it's a bit, you can cancel if you need to. You can also maybe ask for a refund if you're like, ah, shit, I didn't mean to. There she goes. Anyway, let's get back into the video game. We're starting case 4. And it's probably gonna be good. In the last case... Time me out, it's pizza time. Get the hell out of here with that. If it's on a subtouch, we'll give it to you usually. That's cool to know. I always assumed that they would, but that's good to get confirmation. In the last case, I mean, it's even worth recapping case 3. We got a guy who he wanted to get egg to help another guy, and so they smuggled the thing in the country, and it's fine. Everything's fine now. It's done. Can I get a refund for June? Yes. Let me get that for you real quick. But anyway, I don't know, it's fine. Let's get back into it. Do we have audio? Oh. Objection! Good. All right. Pull me back in to the game. Let's go. Turnabout Succession. Day 1 investigation. Let's go. And that is the whole truth of this case. What? Huh? Wow. What? Apollo, you have to drive the Ava, or Trucy will have to pilot it again. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Huh? When? Huh? Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. Wizard duel? And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of this story. Me? What? Huh? Huh? Oh. Okay. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Innocent. Oh. Oh, he's coming back, is he? That was really well synced with the music. 10:37 a.m. October 7th. Right Anything Agency. So I guess we're also gonna learn more about Trucy, huh? How she fell into Phoenix's life. Because that looked like the Valent. And like she has the same kind of jaggedy cloak, so I get whatever. Apollo, look! On TV, look! Yeah, I'm kind of busy. He's just sitting there, staring at the wall. Look at that! He's the last Grammary, all right? Amazing! Apollo, you should be watching this. Ow, ow, what? I was writing about our last case in my journal. He's like Watson for real. Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. Why now? That case was 3 months ago. It's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lamourard disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valent did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. Yeah, I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. He's away. Thank you for the bits. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The same Coliseum. That's where the Gaviners concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Grammarly is performing for the first time in 7 years. That's gonna be great. I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Grammarys. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Magic show ticket received. I'll put it next to my badge. Squeak. A rat. It's Slime Roar. She's back. Ah, you are here, working hard or hardly working? Hey, how have you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone a long time. Ah ha ha ha. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay, pudding. I love pudding. It's farm fresh. Daddy's been gone for a long time. I have a pudding cup. Wow, yay. You really were thinking of me while you're on your trip. You didn't just swing by the store on the way home because you forgot. Wow. Placate the child with pudding. Putting these... Jesus. Okay, alright. And not just 1 pudding, but 3 whole cups. I'll have to pace myself. Oh, I'm beat. That's right. Daddy, you're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know. Alright, you are. So you still can't tell us what your mission is? It has to deal with pudding. Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. With me? Oh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can't they just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. Not to see your daughter. Alright, what? Tell me. You've heard of the jurist system, yes? Are we getting into the Ace Attorney judicial lore? The jurist system? That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Maybe? Maybe not as many people are talking about as I thought. The jurist system, huh? How's Charlie doing? My man Charlie? The plant. It intrigues you, doesn't it? Yeah, it's Charlie! Not really. It's just the only thing in here that doesn't have some secret function. Haha! No secrets. But lots of memories. And a name, too. Wanna hear it? Not really. His name is Charlie, if you were curious. Really, I wasn't. Charlie! Charlie! Woo! Yeah, Charlie! Welcome back, thank you. Oh, careful there, Apollo. A lot of people run into that table, you know. Why, some client knocked the pot clean over the other day. Why not get a more sturdy table? Maybe the table's partially to blame. There's no maybe to this. That thing is a death trap. Spaghetti. A plate of plastic spaghetti for displaying in a shop. Where the heck does she get this stuff? We know. She told us. Want to have a go at that ring, Apollo? No, I was just touching it. Come on, there's no need to be shy. Slip it on. There. Ouch. You're way too tense. You gotta loosen up there. The human body wasn't meant to bend like that. How is she putting the... Isn't it just a hula hoop? I can't believe you're using this cutting a person apart box as shelf space. You know, I used that trick on stage the other night. Imagine my surprise when I pulled one of my shirts out of the box. You should really examine your props before the show. Face first. We saw Phoenix go from babyface to DILF. Yeah. Shu knows what his fans want. That magician in the photo, is that my real daddy? Yep, Zach Grammarly. He disappeared when I was little. I hung that up there so I wouldn't forget what he looked like. I had the thought that, I had this thought actually when I first looked at it. I was like, why is that weirdly cut off? Especially if it's an important person. And then I realized this game originally released for the DS. So I'm assuming they just zoomed in and cropped the backgrounds, didn't they? They pulled a conversion of a 4:3 90s sitcom to be like widescreen, and they just cut off everyone's heads. Probably. Yeah, in the top left corner, he's just gonna cut off. Is that a spoiler? I mean, whether or not it is, it's just like, seems strange. Smiling, but I bet that smile doesn't go very deep. No one's practicing the piano as usual. Charlie's an entry. Fuck you. Fire Lord was like before the face reveal in book 3. I mean, it could be meant to be a vague, like, what does he look like? But, you know. Even calling him a pianist is an insult to pianists everywhere. Okay, Apollo, I'm gonna guess what you're thinking right now. Was I making a funny face or something? I'm so hungry. I'm right? Of course I am. There's no of course about it. You guessed wrong. Besides, that's not what I'm thinking. It's what you're thinking. How'd you do that? You read my mind, Apollo. At least you've got that pudding. That's right. Try to eat my share, will you? Since when does Apollo get some of the pudding? How long did I yearn for one of these? Yeah, year. Whoa. Well, this is 3D as well? Enhance. Magic Show. Valent Grammary. I like his little logo there on the left. It's quite dashing. $70! Yowza. Hello, Drago. Welcome. Thanks for the sub. Are you ready, Apollo? Ready for what? For what? For the Troop Grammary Grand Magic Show? It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on up on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. You mean I can't go in this? No. Doesn't get more straightforward than that. Plus $250 for ticket. Right. The cost of the ticket, $70. Convenience fee, $530. Alright, what's going on, man? Hold on. First of all, did you know I'm an attorney? Ah, presenting, are we? What? Why are you phrasing it like? Why are you putting it in quote? Why are you making it sound weird? Presenting. I'll link to the original version if you want it. Yeah, I'm curious. Attorney presenting. It has like a weird vibe. Showing your butt to the judge, are we? I remember the case that made me do that. This is how attorneys flirt. It's part of their process. Okay, I was right. Yeah, it was a square background. As you would probably expect. Yeah. Well, I'm over here now. And they're like, you know what's more important to crop in the spaghetti? It's more important that people see the full plate of spaghetti rather than Trucy's dad's face. We have our priorities with how we crop the background. Presenting, are we? I did my fair share of that back in the day. The spaghetti's important. Showed my attorney's badge a lot, too. He may look cool and calm now, but you should have seen him before. You know me too well, Trucy. Glad I provided this opportunity for a little family bonding. He got Wazowski. No, it's not mysterious. How about this? Presenting, are we? I'm just showing you. I'm showing you the tick. Okay, fine. What? Ohana means spaghetti. Daddy, what's this jury system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. It's what they have in those fictional crime dramas, not like real life. We used to have a judge who's half paying attention. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling it the new system, the jurist system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurors cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. And there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? A few are good men. You know your stuff, Apollo. No, I'm thinking of 12 angry men. 6 angry men. Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucine, and mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot? Like the Blue Badger? What is this secret mission? The jury system is directly based on changes happening to Japan's legal system at the time this game was coming out. Japan doesn't really have juries. In 2009, they introduced a system where some trials would have a panel with professional judges and randomly selected citizens serving as lay judges. Doesn't translate quite as well in the Japanifornian setting. Several peeped guys. I should have. Few slightly crossed dudes. 6.5 men. There you go. Fascinating. Yeah, I know that a lot of people mentioned from like the first Ace Attorney I played that a lot of this is not so thinly veiled criticism of Japan's courtroom legal system, or judicial system, not legal system. So that's interesting that they were doing that. Yeah, I mean, they're clearly just glossing over it for the sake of the setting. They're not going out of their way to be like, we're gonna explain it. They're just like, well, clearly our system is just judges. That's what exists in this world. They're talking about adding jurors. It's fine. It works. That's it. The context of what was happening in Japan is interesting, though. Thank you. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk and talk, and nothing gets decided. Kind of like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're gonna give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Have you ever been on a jury? No. I've had jury duty several times. The first 2 or 3 times I got it, I called in every morning and they said every time you're good, and then after the week they're like you're done. The last time I had jury duty was during, I think, 2021. And so, or no, maybe it was 2020. I don't remember. I just remember, no, it was like April 2020. And everyone was just like, because they kept delaying the courts, being like, and eventually they eventually just canceled it. And then I had it again like the year after or something like that. And that was the first time I actually had to go to the courthouse. I don't remember what year it was, though. Except because of my job. That's nice. I was a witness for that. But no, so I had to go in to the courthouse in downtown LA, which is a nightmare. And sat around all day, and then they moved us to a different courthouse because they didn't have enough jurors there. We went over there, waited all day, and eventually we were in the courtroom, and like they were talking about what the case was gonna be so they could select the jurors. And the case involved police and this woman, and they didn't give us any concrete details. They were just like, basically we're giving a very, very brief overview so you can be like, I have an not objection, I forget the proceedings, but just like, there were a couple people that were like, I have a bad experience with police and I will not be able to be impartial. And some of them sounded extremely genuine. I'm not here saying like, no, you're just trying to get out of jury duty. 1 or 2 dudes, the way they phrased it, they're like, I don't know. They like laid it on like really, really thick in a way that wasn't just like, I don't think I can be impartial. They were just like, there's absolutely no way I could serve on this jury whatsoever. I couldn't possibly. And I'll never forget that the judge said that he was like, well, for the few of you that aren't going to serve on this, I don't want to deprive you of the experience of serving on a jury, so I'll have you transferred from a criminal courthouse to a civil courthouse. And I just was like, it is important to in that situation to be like, I cannot be impartial. Like that is important. But the way these guys were talking about it just sounded like I'm trying to get out of jury duty. And I read a blog post that said if you say these things, you'll get out of jury duty. And the judge was like, I see through your bullshit, so I'm sending you to a different courthouse to serve on a jury. And then the case ended up getting like settled or thrown out or something. So we came back on like the 2nd or 3rd day, when they were trying to select the jurors, and then they're like, "You're good, don't come back." And I was like, "Yay!" And they're like, "Here's a check for $12," and I was like, "Yay!" So that was the closest I've gotten to serving on a jury. Anyway, helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Juris System Simulated Court Committee. Did they validate my parking? They did. Actually, I think the smaller one, the one in downtown LA, they had to validate the parking. The one off to the side, I think, was just the parking lot. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. Trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. Is it inside the computer? Simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Since it's the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple. When he says simulation, does he mean like literally a mock trial, or is it being run through a computer? Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True, the case is a murder. That's not simple at all. Sure, simple. In this universe. By simple, did you mean the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway. No sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious in a worst-case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial. All the forms have been filed, there's no turning back now. We're trying to revamp our judicial system to be more fair, but we forgot the part where the attorneys have more than 5 seconds to prepare for the case. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Yeah? Something that happened last night. You can't just start playing one of my favorite themes from the game to get away with this, Phoenix. Hey, Apollo. I know you're all excited about that secret mission, but what about this? The Troop Gramarye Grand Magic Show. Right. The card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions. Miracles. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valent. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something he's not telling me. Yippee! Now he can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Gramarye. That reminds me. What's this? Isn't that silk hat the Gramarye seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee! So it's plastic. Given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is it? Is that part of his symbol actually a Japanese character, or does it just look like one? Can I open it? No. Have we seen this sprite before? He looks so serious. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. An envelope about the Gramaryes, huh? It's actually a kanji, but gotcha. When the time comes, you'll know. The time is now! Rip it open. If once I want to ignore the cryptic warning, just do it anyway, right? Trial simulation. Shelly the killer's business card? Oh, yeah. Alright, so what case are you gonna use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm gonna be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes, of course. This is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions, a blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good! That's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial, all of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo, if I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Does he want a bad outcome? Is he trying to prove that jurists are bad? Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. All right. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. Is my client in the detention center a familiar face? Is she locked up for good? But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. It's them as the character from the Japanese counterpart of their name. Gotcha. Thank you. It seems too deliberate to have, like, brushstrokes as part of the logo. You can talk to your client if you can get her to talk. Her. Well, time's a-wasting. Please, oh, 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 God, oh, please, oh, God, please, oh, God, please, please, oh, God. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes! Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter," and they're standing right behind you. "Oh, guard, is our client going to be much longer?" What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Is our client a ghost? Oh. Whoa! Where'd you come from? It's the girl from the computer. Well, anyway, please have a seat. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. She passed out? Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. That's Magic Panties, Apollo. You good? I'm an attorney, I swear. See this here? Does it ring any bells? Does anything I say ring anything? Magic? Spooky envelope? A little bit ominous? Hi! Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. Never mind, I just got carried away there. Seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. Apollo, what are you cooking? I don't think he's cooking. What's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo, Apollo Justice. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know, this is getting nowhere fast. Why did he say I know? She wasn't saying that to him, or was she saying, what? She might have been saying that to him. Hey, I know, maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little better now. You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. What? Huh? Excuse me. Could you read this? Sure. Oh. You feel like a teenager on a first date. And this is the love letter we pass from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and address. The name is Vera Misham. Vramisham. The address is for Drew Studio. Okay. And you're giving me this card because... There she goes. Vera. Well, looks like we're finished here. Wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. I mean, when we first started the game, one of the first things was a guy painting, or someone painting. And I was like, oh, look, it's Detective Jowd from Ghost Trick. And that hasn't come up since, so... It's probably something. Security camera stares down from the ceiling, all-seeing, unblinking. Not that I'm nervous or anything. Huh. Ooh-hee. The same old security guard is glaring at us. He winked. Maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. That's concerning. Thanks for the soup. I gotta go. Wink back. You fool, wink back. October 7th, Drew Studio. Wow, this looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art, or maybe the other way around. The tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking with my hands. Don't tell me these are gonna be important to the case. Somehow. Apollo, look at this one. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Good point. That is odd. This is a jam. Drew Misham's paintings added to the court record. All the paintings have a really different style, too. I thought I might find you two here. Oh. Emma? Long time no see. Well, seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here, too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? You don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed, the artist who owns this studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. He looks good. Misham. And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who would commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning. That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning's a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackoos. They might be poisoned. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around, which means we'd better find out as much as we can here at the scene, or else. God forbid a woman has a hobby. Like poison. Oh, ooh. Okay, hold on. I'm an attorney, did you know? Miss Ham's studio. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective. You can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer. I think you need to be a little more focused in your inquiries. Scientific, even. I knew she'd get around to science. She blinded me with science. Do you think you know anything about these paintings? About this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it? Is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. Without that, sorry. I guess she wants us to do a little footwork on her own first. Do not open until the time is right. Phoenix Wright. Looky here, a handwritten signature. Kinda looks like a kidney bean. It says, I can't read it. That seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own? Oh, I never thought of it that way. Vera's card. Vera Mishmish. What a pretty business card. Looks like a postcard almost. On the back, just her name. Seems odd. What does? Why write your name on the front and back of the card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait or a caricature? Then people would remember what you look like, too. It's not a bad idea, actually. Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo. She's drawing something. Hey, my hair's not that spiky. It is pretty spiky, my dude. Middle's supposed to be a person. He's vibing. Well, what do we have here? Looks like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried? Like, what should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? A glizzy or a burger? You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing? Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. Nothing on the back. Burger. Acrylic. Undersea scene in vivid detail. Whoa. Is that a pufferfish? Paul, that's clearly a porcupine fish. They're not the same thing. You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot in the lower belly there? Nothing. Must remember to keep Tracy away from small round fish. Nothing here. Okay. And then the sus one. Landscape half finished. Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Looks like it was only half completed. That's funny. The rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you two. They do, actually. What's that all about? I thought one of them would have something on the back. Why else make it a 3D model? Can't really tell what that is. Just lines. It's too small. Let's look around. I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. Just love oils, you know? How they're so... sorry. How they're so thick? Is that the word? Wow, what's this? This is Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, and this is a porcupine fish. These paints are all dry. I'm surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, what's going on with this half-finished one? Must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. I agree. So true. Oh. Hey, there's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow? I need him want anyone to see it. You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. It's so normal. That's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Doesn't this painting look like... Yeah, never mind. It looks like the completed, or the half-finished one. I better get a professional opinion on this. Hidden painting. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha! The poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee. I would hope so. I know a guy. I miss Gumshoe. I miss Gumshoe too. Poison coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. Mug added to court record anyway, though. Apollo, that's where the body was. That's the spot Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Or maybe he started a year ago and was procrastinating. Damn. Damn, Emma. That letterbox looks funny sitting in a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Mission would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. That seems like an important detail. They would never leave, maybe? Alright, what the hell is going on over on this side of the room? Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your suits, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. Apollo-Luigi? Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Enhance! Zoom in! Okay, well. Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? Doesn't have a pointy end. It was most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk. His MVC alt palette. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Is this a journal? Talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. Yeah, you had me going for a while there. This is Drew Misham, and this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. Happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Yeah, look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Right. He's doing objection. Something about the way that figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please, I'm a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? Yeah, probably. This envelope has been opened and resealed. I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter, then seal it again? I'd better hang on to this. Yeah. It was only a matter of time before they more explicitly connected it. What's the really tiny... Cute! Look at the tiny frame, Apollo! Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that? None, apparently. It's empty. There's no glass in it either. What's it doing sitting on the desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. He thought it was feet, but it was inches. Classic mistake. Let's take a closer look at this desk. No, I was looking at the canisters of gas or whatever. What's this? What is this? What's all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Those equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. You think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. Also, I'm pretty sure it's a crime to do that to money. These cost like 50 bucks at the magic shop. Okay, all the equipment. Classic blunder. You really bungled it up. What about these? No? It looks like an x-ray of a frog. You have nothing to say about that? Alright. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, stream. We dropping frames. No panic, chat. Yeah. I'll just also panic dance. Just give it a sec. No, I'm still dropping frames. Just give it a sec. I'm just gonna jam out. Yeah, I'll bring Maya back. There she is. Yeah. Yeah. Man. That's wild that this is the first time I've had dropped frames from home, and it's not on the day of the week I expected it to happen. Well, hopefully it stabilizes soon. I'll give it a few minutes. Hands you a frame. Hands you a frame. Here you go. Hands you a frame. Pick him up? No. I don't want it. Munching on the frames like a burger. Yeah. No, I'm gonna wait for it to hopefully stabilize. I'm gonna let... Hi for 5 minutes ago, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we're still dropping a lot. Hopefully it stabilizes. VOD watchers, how you enjoying this segment? It's very normal. I mean, hopefully the internet stabilizes and I can just timestamp this for the VOD. But, yeah, I'm just gonna wait for a bit. Oh, yeah. It's gonna take a bit. You gotta love internet, right? Yeah, I do need to, the thing is, our home internet, obviously, I mean, I've been streaming for a couple weeks now with no issues. Literally not a single dropped frame. So our home internet is enough to stream from, but I was looking into upgrading to a higher bandwidth that they offer, just to give more wiggle room for when there's stuff like this. Not that, I mean, it's like at the office I was renting, the old office, they had really good internet, and I would still drop frames. Sometimes it would just die. So it's just like, there's only so much you can do. Yeah. Alright, Bath confirmed that the lights on our router are all good, so it's probably just like congestion and stuff. Oh, thank you. Are we stale, boys? Nope. Nah, we still dropping frames. Yep. Yeah, it's still going. Sorry about that. We're just gonna hang out for a little bit. I apologize. There's not really anything I can do. I can stop stream and restart the router, but from experience, that didn't really change things when Bath was having internet issues. Kinda just have to wait. Keep playing Wiggle Room. I mean, yeah. Sundays through Friday. Yeah, it's just like, yeah. Alright, hopefully it just stabilizes after a few minutes. Because it was rock solid for the first hour of stream. It's not like there were times when I would start stream and I would just immediately be, especially at the old apartment, which was why I started streaming from the office in the first place. I would click start stream and I'd be dropping frames. It was like such an unstable connection. So for it to be rock solid and then be like, it's just like, well, apologize. You gotta love it. Yeah, I've dropped over 10,000 frames. Woo! We're jamming. You gotta love it. Yeah, I wish there was widespread fiber internet in Los Angeles.
I may not give my life for honor.
I may not give my life for honor.
But I would gladly give for you.
I would gladly give for you.
And when I hunger for a tree frog,
when you hunger for a tree
I'm
frog,
still in a dream, snake eater.
Thank you for the hammy. I appreciate it. That's very kind. Does the music sound off? Nah. Hold on. Anyway, yeah, no, the pile is strong because the frames are weak. But yeah, if the audio in game sounds or in stream sounds weird, it could just be because of the drop packets and stuff. And my voice isn't gonna sound as weird because human speech is different. I mean, maybe if I had perfect pitch and held a note and was singing, then you would be like, oh yeah, it sounds kind of weird, but just normal talking is more staccato. They were good now. I mean, it's kind of coming and going. It's, we're still dropping frames, unfortunately. It's like leveling off and then being like drop. So it's like, we're just gonna continue to Maya spin. I'll add a second one. Hold on. Duplicate that. There you go. They're hanging out. LA doesn't have widespread fiber. Well, nowhere I've lived. And I've lived in a lot of parts all over the greater LA area. I've never lived in an area where they're like, your building is wired for fiber. Do it. It's always just like, well, you can get like a gigabit down and then like 12 up. It's like, thanks. My especially personal frustration is that back in the day when you'd be looking at ISP's website, they would advertise like, here's our plans, here's the advertised down and up. And they always say up to, right? They're not saying you're guaranteed those speeds. But they're like, you know, you get like 50 down and 20 up or whatever. And now they went from that to hiding that information. So it'd be like, we have 100 down, and then it'd be like a tiny drop down because the up is so much smaller. So I think they would just hide that information. And that was annoying. And these days, now when I check, it's like they don't even list speeds at all. It just says, here's our ultimate plan, where you can have 5 devices streaming. And I'm like, give me numbers. Why are we like living in an age of everything being dumbed down? It's so frustrating. Like, I just want to know what the advertised down and up speeds are, because that's what I need to know for streaming, is up. I need to know what it is generally going to be. I understand how they can't be like, it's going to be this no matter what. But still. Anyway, how are we doing? Still dropping. Woo! Yeah! I'm going to go get dinner. Show'll be good by then. Yeah! Might be a little bit. State internet company in North America, bro. Yeah, it's good. 1 billion down and 3 up. I mean, that's what it feels like. There's limitations to what you can do unless it's fiber. When you're just jamming out with copper or whatever. Local ISP decided in the middle of nowhere they wanted people to have access to fiber. Yep. We are approaching 20,000 dropped frames. Woo! God damn it. There's nothing that I can do. I'll give it a few more minutes. What I can do is if we do like another, I don't know, like 5 minutes and it has not stabilized at all, I might just end stream and restart the router. But that's gonna take upwards of like 15 minutes to reset. So I don't want to do that. Also, would obviously end stream and I'd rather just see if I can weather it until it stabilizes. Did it? As I'm saying that, did it stabilize? Nope. It was solid. It was solid without a single drop frame, and then it started ticking up. What I see is just literally a number. 20,000, let's go. Just the number of dropped frames as well as a percentage of the number of dropped frames out of the regular frames. So we've dropped 6.7%. But anyway, yeah, I know. I was just like, oh. Well, that's why people are like, is it good now? The problem is it's like it's being really erratic and then it's stabilizing and then getting bad again like seconds later. So I'm like, it might just get better on its own. But here's the plan. If it doesn't stabilize within a little bit, I will end stream, reset the router, and that'll just take like upwards of 15 minutes potentially. And I can just hang out in chat using data until then. And then see if it's better. And if it's not, then we might just have to call it, unfortunately, because, you know, it's stabilized again, but we'll give it a little bit. We were holding steady at what is that, 21,160 frames dropped. But we're not dropping anymore. So maybe. The fact that it's holding for this long is like, okay, we're dropping more. But, damn it. But it's like stabilizing for like a good little bit before it gets bad again. So it's like, okay, maybe it's getting better. But yeah, so what I can do is reset the router, see if that helps at all. But if it doesn't, then yeah, it especially sucks to be dropping frames during Ace Attorney when I'm like, it's really nice for me to be like, okay, this stream we got this chunk of stuff done. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's most of my streams. I rarely play a game where I'm like, I'm just fucking around. We can end whenever. So, stop jinxing it. Well, too bad. Who needs frames? New PB. No, my PB is like insane. I don't even know. Okay, we're holding again at 21,375. See if that. If we are like bumpy, but we're coming in, we're out of the turbulence, but there's just a little bit of chop, then maybe we'll be good. Maybe we'll be good. We seem normal. Nope, we're dropping again. Damn it. We bet. No. It's like, oh man. Oh, nice. Oof. Bath said they did a quick upload test just to check speed, and we're currently at less than 1 megabit per second. Which is, you need like, it's like 10 to 15 up per second, I think is recommended for like 720p or 1080p streaming. We're supposed to have up to 25, I think, here. 1 megabit per second is not a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Man. Anyway, yeah, it's nostalgic, really. Okay, now we're holding at 21,734. So, oh, we're at 6.9%. Nice. Let's go. Thank you, ISP. Maybe we'll hold steady at 6.9%. That'd be funny. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna start a timer on my phone because otherwise I'm just gonna sit here waffling about what to do. Just gonna set a 5-minute timer. Give another 5 minutes. Decide then what I want to do with my life. I want to play more Ace Attorney. And I could. Nice. Thank you. And I could just, you know, sit here and keep playing the game, and then it's just a VOD for VOD watchers and not a stream. But I don't want to do that. But yeah. I mean, we are still 21,734. You got waffles? Waffle sounds good. How we doing? How we doing, chat? Oh, hoop and stick. Oh, let's go. It's maybe better. Let me try a speed test real quick here. The down is rock solid. That's fine. I don't care. Up. Oh, it is jerking around. But it says 16 up right now, which is good enough to stream. Okay. Maybe it's better. Do we ever do the letter poll? I don't know. We might not have. We're holding steady. So much so that we've dropped from 6.9 to 6.8%. So, not nice, but good for that number going down is good. It means I'm streaming more than I'm dropping. So, less nice. If it seems good, I might give it a few more minutes. Maybe we're good. We might. I don't want to jinx it, but maybe we're good. Okay. Sorry, I've just been texting with Bath because they've been testing stuff as well. We're on an ad for my store. My store isn't up yet. I'm working on it. The current plan, for those that might be interested, is I'm probably going to try to sell through the merch that I have, that I've been sitting on since I closed the store in 2020, and then I'll probably switch to one of the online retailers, like middleware kind of guys, because it's a really good problem to have. When I was running the store back in 2019 or so, it was taking up a significant amount of my time to package up orders and do customer support and stuff like that. Again, good problem to have, but my primary shtick is not, you know, I'm not like an artist doing commissions and stuff like that. So I'm like, I don't really have the bandwidth to run a store that's doing well. Like when I was just doing stickers to start with, it was not too bad. But once I started selling the pins, I was like, oh, and I want to do more. I want to do like shirts and stuff. So yeah. So I might look into, yeah, I don't know what all the options are out there, but yeah, I want to figure out one of those. The biggest problem, we still haven't dropped any frames, so maybe it's good. The biggest problem is yeah, I know a lot of people that have really nice stores. My thing is I like having control over the product, right? I don't like the services where it's like you upload a design and then the consumer is given, here's 50 different t-shirts of different designs and 500 color combinations. It's like, I like to be like, here's what I think is a good design. And then you pick like the size or whatever. So it's like, that's not a big concern. Primarily, I'm just worried about cost because there's a lot of really cool people out there that have like YouTubes and streams and stuff, and I go to their merch store and they're like, here is a shirt with a logo in the corner and it's like $40, and I'm like, man, I don't, like, yeah, like get paid, that's great, but I want my merch to be as affordable as makes sense while still ideally earning me income, because I've also been paying for like Shopify and a website domain for years that I haven't earned a cent on, so I'm in the red on merch technically. Which is fine. It's fine. But I just, I'm like, you know, it's finding that sweet spot where, like, it's a profitable venture, but not prohibitively expensive for people to buy a cool little thing. So my concern, and that's the reason I started my own merch store in the first place and did it myself, was like, that keeps costs crazy low. Because I'm the one sourcing the products myself. What do you mean? I got these pins made, and I was dealing with the factory that was making them, and I'm like, what do you mean? these are that cheap? That like the actual metal and process to make them is like a couple dollars, if that? And people are selling this kind of shit for like $30 or $20. I'm like, I mean, it's just eye-opening once you actually go through the process. But it's not just, you're not just paying for the cost of the goods. It's like all of the above. That's also what I've learned. But anyway, it's neat. I think we're good. I don't want to jinx it, but I haven't dropped any frames in 3 to 4 minutes. My alarm went off, and we're still good. It's absurd. Yeah, but also I'm like, yeah. That's why I'm like, I want to be able to... at the very least, I have literally a box of pins sitting next to me I need to sell. But if I go through a third-party store where they're like, here's our products, you upload designs and we apply them to them, I don't know if I'll be able to continue to sell those pins, because... I don't know if I can do that. So I gotta see what options there are, because I would love to continue to. So I know, Gam. I'm gonna send you a box of 80 pins, and I'm be like, you figure it out. here's the pin I promised you with interest. God. Anyway, show us the pins. It's the Barnaby pin. I got this guy. Most of the pins are this little guy. Little Barnaby guy. And then I also had pins made of the vampire and ghost Barnabys. And the ghost one glows in the dark, which I thought was rad. So I gotta figure that out still. What? Wait a second. No. I'm not dropping any frames. Why did a bunch of chat say... Why is chat saying, oh no? I'm not dropping any frames now. Refresh? I'm literally not dropping any frames. So now that's either on you or on Twitch. It stuttered, though. That's weird. That might have been my computer, then, because I didn't drop any frames. Okay, gotcha. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry about all the technical issues, chat. It is just how streaming goes, unfortunately, sometimes. But anyway, yeah. So, TBD, I plan to reopen the merch store to sell out of the merch that I currently have and I'm sitting on. And then I will, at some point, be like, here is a different website where... inevitably things will be more expensive because you're using another party to manage it and handle distribution and production. So it's gonna be more expensive, and I'm like, nah. Hopefully I can find a way to make it reasonable, though, because to me it's not. The goal is not to have merch for the sake of having merch. The goal is to have merch so people want to buy it and support you and get a cool thing. And when it's prohibitively expensive, it's just like, This is a lot of merch that I've bought where I'm or that I haven't bought because I'm like, oh, I want to support this person, but like, God, like right now I'm wearing a fucking Onsta shirt. It was great. Honestly, I think this might have been through Redbubble or something. It was a few stores ago for her. But I was like, great. It's through through one of these kind of manufacturing websites, but it was affordable, so it was good. So, anyway, long story short, I think we're good. I'm gonna keep going. Let's try to get some progress in this fucking case before the internet dies again. Hi, we're back. Nothing matters. Everything's good. Or I really want to play the video game, and the ISP said no for a while. Hello. Well, yeah, she's gone. She's spinning off if it makes you feel better, I didn't turn off the source. She's still spinning over there. Does that make you feel better about it? Hello. What we were looking at the draft thing, and I don't know if there's other things we can ask her about. We can ask her about the hidden painting as well. Whatever, Spin. So this Drew was some kind of artist? Barbie on the ground. I would love to get you one of those eventually. Apparently did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Remember to get Milk. Milk. Had a lot of female fans too, for what it's worth. Hmm? Oh, well, I guess this stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Misham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up in here in this studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in that letterbox there. He was killed by the mailman. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Here in the distant future? Not Mr. Misham, couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? The mailman was a clock. In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? The suspect, please? We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? But first, other questions. What's an email? It's like a mail that makes you go ee when you open the envelope. So this woman, Vera, Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. Okay. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm. Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Same. Why can't I ever get a normal client? Why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So about the poison. It was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. The night of the crime. That sounds like a healthy family relationship. Yeah, like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. At around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died. She poisoned him on the night of his interview, wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. But why is she the suspect? If anyone's sus, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near the coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. She has hair like moss of IT crown? Who does? It was self-report? Might have been a self-report. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. What are you two whispering about? I was thinking. You were thinking? What is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically? You know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find sus and we'll check it out. How about the spooky painting hidden back here? Oh, Emma, I was wondering about this painting here. Well, that one? What about it? What about it? Yeah, what about it, Apollo? Take a closer look at it, both of you. Now look at this one. This is the third painting he was working on. They're the same. I was hoping you wouldn't find that. You're right, though. Drew Mission was copying this painting. Wow, it's pretty good. Copying a painting, what for? But this. Emma, about this painting. Oh, that, quite good. What am I supposed to do science on? Can I do science on the mug? About this coffee mug. Hope you aren't trying to grill me for information. You know I'm not talking. I suppose you are the detective here. Why don't you two take a look yourselves? If you find a clue, I might not be unwilling to lend a hand. I think she's gonna help us, Apollo. Let's check out this mug, shall we? Look at the mug first. I thought it had a mustache on it. And then I thought, oh my god, does it say mug on it? But I think it says mum. Got anything in here? Got anything in there? Is there nothing to investigate? Am I not looking at the right part? I'm not getting a pop-up in the corner. Whoa, wait. Oh, the glowy bit. Look there, that stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, the stain's probably... You better ask Emma. The red envelope.
Drew Misham. 57 Cape Rims Drive?
Rims Drive? Something... Diablo, California. Yep, this is California. He's doxing him! I'm in the Tupperware. Apollo, look, it's been opened once here. You're right. I wonder if there's someone who can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and then stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma! 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 Why is... Huh? Huh? I'm tapping. And dragging. Why do I just get to zoom in? Enhance. Okay, well. A Tupperware redeem? That was good. Emma! Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue residue on the rim. Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Yeah, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug. That's right. See, it wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Science is amazing. It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma'd be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About the poison analysis. I was afraid you were gonna ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for atroquinine. Atroquinine. Wasn't that the same name as the thing that Clavier wasn't it the name of his song or something? And I was like, what's that? And I googled it, and it only exists in Ace Attorney. Atroquinine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy. I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly. Atroquinine? 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 It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. It's not that slow. To me, an astonishingly slow poison would be like at least a day. Guess what? Recent research has shown that's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. That was it. Atroquinine, my love. So you wrote a love song to poison? I want to try too, pretty please. You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything sus, of course. Let's give it a whirl, Apollo. What are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Let's just get down to checking for real poison, shall we? That girl is poison. Spray the reagent. Don't breathe this. Huh, guess there's no poison. Cool. Phew, I was worried there was gonna be poison in here. Did I actually miss the spot I was supposed to spray? Zoom in on there. I wanted to, but I don't think I can actually. What am I missing? We're using up her whole bottle. Yeah. Too bad, no reaction there. Sure, I'm gonna check out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? The desk that's closer to us. Let's check it out, just to be sure. I wonder. Whoa. The tiny picture's important. What is this, a photograph for ants? Eek! A reaction, Apollo. Where? Where? The inside of that cute little frame, look! Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. Tiny frame added to court record. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. It's so small. It's so very small. Yeah. Looks like you have to take this back part off first to put a photo inside. It have to be a really small photo to fit in there. True, and that pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison in a place like this? Well, there's one obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here too. That's not very obvious, Trucy. That's all we get? We don't get to open it up and look inside? Okay. Well, you Google quinine? Real chemical. Ways to pronounce it without getting spoilers. Do you think I want to pronounce words correctly and accurately? Used to treat malaria. Whoa. It's an anti-parasite.
Quinine.
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 Alright, well. You want to poison yourself? I mean, listen, we'll build up immunity, right?
What do you think of this, Emma?
Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective. A detective. You can't just ask me. Okay, I thought that you would have things to say about that. Is there more to do here, or are we good? Phoenix 33, formerly Ace Defense Trucy, founder for Mr. Hat Trick. Oh, Hat Trick. She likes hockey. Brownie points, thank you for the raid. Vera Misham, 19, accused of poisoning her father. Emma, 25, charge of investigation. Drew Misham, 52, painter known for his illustrations, poisoned the Drew studio. No, Chad's not a doctor. What? Hey, Chad, I've been having this weird ache lately. What do you think's causing it?
We haven't been to the Coliseum.
Maybe we can get her to talk. Sugma, lupus, apolojustice. Just, you've apologusticitis, I'm afraid. Ah, you're here to see Vera Misham? Yes, that's right. She's in the medical office at the moment. Medical office? Is she okay? Oh, I didn't show her the... Right, because they were like, show the letter to... Yeah, we gotta see what's in... Okay. She's just lying down. Says she doesn't feel so good. Sorry, but I can't allow any meetings at the moment. Most annoying client ever. Guess we should come back.
Yeah, let's go back to Emma. I'm sure the later I forgot. I forgot the short.
Probably x-ray it or something. Emma, about this. Oh, that. Yes, why, that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. You mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ha, please, I would have steamed it open. She did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. It's weird they include that when I've already maxed out what I can say to her. About the envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. At least they immediately dropped me into this. I don't have to present it again. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something. Now I'm supposed to remember all that. Basically, it lets you see inside things. Like envelopes? That's right. You're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that, in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works, scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Let's give it a spin, Apollo. What are you doing? Just seeing if I could see through your hair. But it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore and it might all fall out. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on a sample first. It just so happens I have a lottery ticket here. You set the sample in the device, like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view. You've got it set to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial there for me, would you? Oh, that's right. That's how you choose what depth you want to scan. I got something. See? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is the sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's how we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. The image? You mean rub the screen? Just kind of mash my finger on there. There. That fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again, just a little. Good, now you can rub this image to fix it too. I get it. We just keep doing this until we got the whole thing. Exactly, not bad. Neat, let's do some more. It kind of sounds like almost like a Pac-Man or like a Minecraft eating noise. It's got like a hop hop kind of vibe. Turn down, focus on the layer. Wait. Yep. Got all that. Got all that. There we go. There we go. Let's print this one out. We did it. Does this mean I have to buy another one to win? Well, it's Emma's ticket. Let her buy another one. It's okay, there's no need. But see, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? Yeah, really. Where's the mongus? There's always a mongus. Neat. I hope they don't want me to actually read this at this resolution. How the hell does this work in the, like, PC re-release? Yay! Okay, let's print it out. Someone deposited 100,000 into his account. His paintings must be really valuable. Bogus. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're gonna read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. It's not a crime, is it? Here goes with the second page, then. .05 microns is 50 nanometers, and the longest wavelength of X-ray is 3 nanometers. She's blasting it with UV. Ooh. These sussy glyphs, what do they mean? What do they mean? Oop. Seems curious. It's kind of fun, though. Let's print it out. Sign the papers and send in the whatever. Read it once it's all on my court record. It was a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Wild the secrecy, though. And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him? Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Updated red envelope report. So, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right. Brushel. Brushel. He's after a scoop to sell the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not true, see, that leaves only one other person. It wasn't Valent Grammary by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. He's interviewing Valent? Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Max Galactica. He wasn't a magician. He was a... trapeze magician. It's fine. You know. Yeah, aka Billy Bob Jones. He was an illusionist. Well, yeah. This says... Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the 100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. Brushell's card. Spark Brushell, freelance journalist. I guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance. Really? What's this? A camera lens finder? Do reporters take photos too? I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to. Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win. Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? Top dollar for information. And the sketchiest looking comic guy. Why is this on his card? Okay. Spark Brushell. Los Angeles? Does this say... It looks like it says West Frame Street. And I'm like, yeah, I could use some frames. Right. This, I think his email address is like scoop.kyotaro.co.jp. I'm like, I don't think they localized that. I think they just left that alone. That's funny. Good. All right. West Philadelphia, born and raised. Maybe that's his name. Maybe. All right. Let's go. Yeah. Sunshine Coliseum. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valent. What about the case? Wah, ha, ah, ah. Only a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trucy. How often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Tee-hee, Uncle Valent, how's it going? Glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as Magnify's illusions are reborn. Here on stage by my hand. HD Reels has some changes. Such as, everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that Grammarly Miracle's back after a 7-year absence? That number keeps coming up. Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Grammarly, if that terrible thing hadn't. It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. 6 years ago. Yeah, if the changes are spoilers, then don't. But if it's things we've already seen, I'm curious. If he were alive, then I, Valent Grammarly, would have been proud to stand upon this stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valent. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnify's illusions again. Shirley's looking forward to this, isn't she? Magnify? My mentor, the magnificent Magnify Grammarly, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience. And then he sped off to outer space, faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. Yo, Will, thanks for the raid. Hey, hope you had a good stream. As heir to the Grammary Troop's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land? Is your magic illegal? I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnify's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. I don't want to go to this magic show anymore, Trucy. 7 years. That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? I don't expect any Ace Attorney character to be familiar with law, actually. You're casting scan on people every day, Apollo? Why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnify's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe? Magnify knew this and bequeathed it in his will. To one person. You mean him? Yes. Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Grammary was the inheritor of the Grammary miracle. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased. Correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves concealed your competence well, young man. Rolled-up sleeves make you look incompetent? That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Oh. Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifi passed to me. When they pass to Trucy, if they want, they don't pass from one person to another and then they die and it goes to someone over there. Doesn't it go down the chain? This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself. I spoke too soon. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. No, that part I get. It's the... Can you say in your will it goes to this person, and then when they die, it goes to this other person I specify? Can you do that? Like, genuinely, that's... I don't know what... I kind of feel like, why not? I guess? I've never heard of that before, but, like, I guess you could, yeah. I want to find out. Thank you, Gim. Hey, Yes, sort of. Okay. I'm an attorney. Challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me. Yeah, no thanks. Are all magicians like this? Apollo, what was that look just now? Just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. Weird that a dead person's wishes can take precedence over someone who lived longer. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I feel like you should be able to say that, but it's weird if you can say that. You're like, I'm saying what will happen after this next person dies in my will. Kind of feels like if you're passing it to someone else, now they can legally do what they want with it. But I don't know. A challenge. No, don't. Why would you make the ticket to your magic show disappear? What do you think about a poisoned coffee mug? Okay. Is there anything he's gonna be willing to comment on? No. Maybe this. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Why, that bears the Grammary seal. Uncle Valent, is something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy? My partner, Zach? No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why would your Lord Daddy? Why are you calling Phoenix Lord Daddy? Lord Daddy? That's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. This feels like it made more sense in Japanese. This signature upon the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Grammary. What? Daddy signed this? Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? I wonder if it has something to do with, like, IP rights. And in the case of my sudden disappearance, here's what happens. Well, maybe we'll just leave and then pick up something later. Duh. I was jump scared by the tiny blue badger at the bottom. Hey, that creature there. He was handing out balloons during our last case too. He's not a creature, Apollo. Poor guy. Sorry, was I mean somehow? Otosama. It's pronounced Grammarye since I was 13. I've pronounced it Grammarye instead of what I've landed on Grammarye. Grammarye. You know how hot it is inside one of those suits? He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon as though it were his last. Kind of takes the fun out of seeing the blue badger. It does make those gifs I've seen from the live action movie make more sense though. So there's that. Look, Apollo, a balloon! A hot air balloon! With the Grammary seal on it, no less. Well, this is a long-awaited revival after all, and it's been 7 years, you know. I've spent plenty of time and a pretty penny on promotion. I hope it's a huge success, Uncle Valent. I intend for it to be nothing less, I assure you. They both sure seem excited about it. Guess it's a big deal for magicians. You know, I thought this at the time of the Gaviner's concert too, but this costume's just way too big. It's huge. It's got a big sounding name too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it? Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be? What, really? Yeah. The grand finale will be nothing other than... Don't tell me. You're gonna make the Coliseum disappear, right? Oh, oops. Looks like I was right. Apollo, I can't believe you'd use your power of perception on something like this. It was just a wild guess, really. I thought it's called the Sunshine Coliseum, so he's gonna make the sun disappear. They've changed the sign since our last case. It was all Gaviner's back then, wasn't it? Hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happens this time. Why would you say that out loud? But it shall! Why, the show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you. I don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal. I don't think lawyers and magicians were really meant to have conversations like this. No. Can we head inside? Huh. You know anything about this? Okay, don't talk about me presenting. Okay, I don't think he cares about anything. Maybe our witness is back? Yep, there she is. There's no pun with the name. Every time this game throws a name at me that I'm like, I don't immediately get it, Like, what is it? What's the catch? Welcome back, Jay. How you doing? There's only a few months between the release of Trials and Tribulations and this game. Trials and Tribulations came out October 2007. This game came out February 2008. That's nuts. I know that the GBA games took a long time to release in the States. That is wild. They came out back to back. A Gramory is an old-timey name for a magician? It's not that I don't believe you. I've just never heard Gramory. Alternate form of Grammary. G-R-A-M-A-R-I-E. Alternate form is Grammary. Alternate form of Grammary. Inherited from Middle English. A variant of grammar. Where it was revived by Scottish historical novelist Sir Walter Scott. What does it mean? I'm jumping around the Wiktionary and it's just saying this word is like this word. Grammar? Knowing how to read and write? And today's stream is brought to you by Frames. Hands you a frame. Okay, well, I didn't learn anything, but it's neat. It is a word, so yeah, it seems to be. OED says occult learning, magic, sorcery, necromancy. So like magic adjacent. So there's still potentially a fourth line of dialogue we gotta pull out of him. Otherwise, I don't know what else. I'm just gonna throw everything at it. See what sticks. You know anything about paintings? Surely one of these he's gonna go, Ack, how did you know? It was me! And I'll be like, I've cracked the case wide open. I know what to do now. Showed him this already. Well, no. Letterbox. You know anything about poisons? Magicians love poison, right? Cool. So, a journalist was here on a story? There it is. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name was Brushel. Brushel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel. That cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Oh, his hat. His hat. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? There it is. There it is. A man by that name called on me just now. Valent's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valent's feet step always forward. That is all. That's all very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show. Yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet, he had ears only for that incident. In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of grammary. Uncle Valent, do you know where the reporter went? I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. The detention center. He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability, I will tear apart him. Oh, here comes Apollo. Uncle Valent's big magic trick. Is he gonna fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. Ta-da! What happened to the big magic? Aha, aha, ha, ha. Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped? He must have really not liked that journalist. Now, the time has come when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valent. 3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Val react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. Get ripped to stay ripped. Makes sense. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money, end quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter? Oh. Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. Ooh. I was just thinking of asking you.
No.
For the tea. Thank you.
Is it enough?
Yeah.
It's kinda at the bottom.
Oh, I got a
Make it
tea.
too nice.
Oh, thank you. Yay. Oh, that's good. Thank you. Oh, there's more? Oh, you got me a tiny fork to stir it. I love stirring my tea with a fork. How'd you know?
Here, let me get. Do you have napkins right there?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Do you want more in there?
No, this is perfect. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Is the door open or no?
You can close it if you want. Thank you. Oh my god. I made a tea earlier and I put it in the fridge to chill it. And then I was like, wait, that sounds good. You should wife them. Excuse you, they're married? That's pretty gross to say. Oh wait, they're married to me. I forgot. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You're Justice? You? You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on stand till they spilled beans. End quote. That's not true. What's he writing? This guy has a demeanor. This guy eats kids. There's a certain vibe about this gentleman. It's like they went out of their way to make an extremely disconcerting design. Would Beth prefer calling called wife or spouse? Either are fine. Thank you for asking. Can we just have Officer Meekins back instead? Yeah, but then he'd be like, if not a villain, like a suspect. I don't know. Anyone that shows up right now, I'm like, I'm suspicious of you. But they made this guy extremely. Get this lad some paper. He feels like a Drawfee character. Design an incredibly suspicious Ace Attorney NPC. Done. What's he writing? Meekins didn't exist yet? This takes place after the other games. What do you mean didn't? We're in a different timeline? Are you a reporter by any chance? Ooh, you're Trucy. What are you doing with your hands and your face and your? Is that a toothbrush? Am I famous? Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote. That's so not true. Just hold onto your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with them. Did you come here to interview the guard? Hoo-wee, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk, had to interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote. Yeah. I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Name's Brushel, Spock Brushel. I'm not picky, journalist just closes eyes, writes, end quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. Can we just lock him up for something? Surely he's committed some kind of crime on the way here. So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist? Ah, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly, I knew you'd understand. Huh? What, the crime? So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio. Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes? I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, really busy, always on the road. You don't look calm or collected. What are these little side glances you're doing? He blinks upside down. Yeah, he does. Oh, he does blink from, oh, he does. Oh, wow. Where's Lana? I miss Lana. Whoa. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back. End quote. You're getting kicked out of every town you go to, aren't you? I can understand that philosophy, but you want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. Is that it? A, is that his toothbrush? And B, why is it like kind of brown? It's a bit stained. Maybe it's coffee. Coffee, like from the murder scene. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough. But don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly. See, it's the same thing. What is? Still technically the best witness we ever get. Hey, Amarillo Store, welcome. Thanks for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Hi, we are in case 4 of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, and a painter died after he met with a journalist, and we were talking to that journalist, and he is a lot. And no spoilers, I've never played this game before. I hope you had a good stream. So you went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he never had a story done about him before? That's right. Look, let me state one thing for the record here. What? I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why I do the interview in the first place? Well, yes. Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's going to tell me where he got it? At the supermarket, maybe? Exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers. End quote. Guess we'll leave then. Game says he... Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, he's this guy. He's the same guy. He's like, wow, he looks just like me. Thank you, game. Guess I'll leave then. Ah, but since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote, I believe it was. An oil painting? Happens every day, right? Was this the oil painting? The portrait, the acrylic, the landscape. I don't remember what the mediums were exactly, but I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river. A peach floating down a river? My name is James. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach. Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers. End quote. Was that painting this? Was it this? Ah, right. Let me go on the record here. Yes. I know what you're going to say. Brushel, take this. Write brilliant column. End quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy. I write brilliant columns about one thing, and that's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. What about this one? Okay. Do I have any food to show him? Coffee's like a food. Okay. Tiny frame. Yeah, painting of a peach is like a food. A painting of a fish is like a food. Portrait? Okay. What does he want? You could eat my attorney's badge. That's like a food. Magic? Are you interested in the magic show that you were talking to the magician about? How about the suspicious envelope you know nothing about? What about the card of the... Nothing? Nothing? None of them? Okay. Are we just done here? Security camera stares down from the ceiling. Same old security guard. He's winking! Wink back at him. Okay. Thanks for nothing, I guess. Goodbye forever. I'm glad we'll never see him again. Can the camera see what he wrote on his arm? That'd be nice. We didn't get anything out of that, did we? What did we get from him? Besides nightmares. Is there more we can talk about? With what's his face? Thank you for the blitz. Where he's gone. He's gone. Right, he left. Okay. October 7th. In the studio. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? No? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. Oh, what's with that scary face you're making? What's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you've got going, Emma? Emma, what are you hiding? Emma. What? What? Do I have to present something? Or present something? Stanley Tucci? I don't know if Stanley Tucci could make an unhinged enough face for that. Wait, what? Huh? What am I missing? Cause I don't have anything new to show her. Right? Right? Or am I just supposed to be like, the painting was stolen? Is she gonna talk about it? This painting came from behind that dresser. Yes, so it was stolen. No? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Okay. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. Hey. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger. Okay. A forger? Do I have a new line of... Oh. I was like, are they gonna add a fifth line? No, they just replaced one. No, I've seen that before. Yeah, it's Spy Family now. So what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. What are you, a dictionary? Forger. Noun. Person who makes forgeries. See? Forgeries. Thank you. Appreciate it. He's a forager. He's foraging for supplies. Fakes, in other words. Fakes. You're that faker. Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is gonna look like after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm gonna use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really need to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kinda like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be interesting, and maybe valuable for our case. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say. Maybe I should talk to her more. About what? About what? There's nothing more to talk about. Unless I can just present a painting and be like, can we analyze this, please? I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting, and I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Oh, fine. Okay, just this time, though. Let's check it out. Boop, beep, boop, boop, bop, boop, boop. Let's just do them in order. So, Emma, you got any games on your phone? Whoa. Yep. Hop, 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 hop. Yeah, looks like paint. Oh, oh, ooh, oh, ooh, oh, shit, ooh. Okay, let's print this one out. Ooh. Interesting. It's all coming together. What the heck? Who are you guys? We're Attorney Fox. He really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He was thinking about Balatro. Honestly, same. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted it to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition. In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Misham was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them. Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. Well, it's not even. I think the cards were odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. Just thinking about Balatro. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? What about the pufferfish? Yeah, what's going on? I was listening earlier to the Balatro soundtrack sped up because I can't get it out of my head. It's just a jam. It's just a really good jam when it's, I mean, normal speed is really good, but I'm just like, man, higher BPM Balatro is just like, What is this, a landscape? What are we looking at? This ain't no fish. It is a landscape. Let's print this one out. Balatro Hyperpop. What is this? Okay. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me, knock yourself out. Yeah, just go right back in there. What the heck? What the heck? I'm just gonna, Is this still from Godzilla? French Godzilla on top of the Eiffel Tower? It's printed out. Nope. Anyway. Tokyo Tower. What? Yeah, I don't really know what I'm looking at here. Something. Yeah, it kind of looks like clavier. Also looks like, I guess he's holding a guitar. It's either that or a man on fire with an assault rifle. Nice. Well, that's really my brain. A little bit. It's in there a bit. I was thinking about playing more, but I looked into the patch notes for the beta branch, and they're buffing a bunch of jokers. And I'm like, maybe I'll just wait for that patch to drop before I raise the stakes. What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Change is super good. Hell yeah. I'm excited to see him. Look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? Ace 3 2 Ace Ace. That's a pretty good hand right there. There. Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? I can't really tell what the second one is. The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. Oh. I thought it was like a house on stilts. And I did see I saw the bowl in the bottom right. I should have put it together. But the trees made it seem like it was in the middle of nowhere. You're a house on stilts. Wish I was. And then the events that transpired during the Gaviners concert. What could it mean? The game did start with a man painting. How could he have painted those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Misham your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? Is he, though? I'd never even heard of any Drew Misham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham? And what did he have to do with me? And now we go to court? With that? I know absolutely nothing about this case. Let's go. October 8th, 9:48 a.m. Defendant lobby number 6. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right with a W, but not right. Right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything, please. Good morning. She speaks. Not bad, not bad. But I think you do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Oh. I also like is that a lion on her like little apron thing? Overalls. That's good. That's pretty good. Okay, well that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. That's great, really. It's so cultured. I hope the nail polish is the poison. That'd be great. Want to try? Ooh, really? Girls. The victim, Drew Misham, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. Girls be drawing. October 8th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Well, we will now begin the trial of the Vera Misham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like, the repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jurist system and the first step towards a new order in our court. Daddy's secret mission. The jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists! Judge Well and Judge Cool. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies, Herr Judge. Jurists today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned by whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Achtung, someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. Dude lied in his first sentence, Your Honor. Can we please have a mistrial and just try again tomorrow? The mug? Residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Autopsy report. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning. I forgot how to pronounce it. A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 mg. A touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. My scythe. My scythe. My scythe. My. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. I don't want to see him again. The witness will state his name and occupation. Oh, what is his nose doing? All right. Well, for starters, my name is Spock Brushel. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Brushel? I dislike conclusions, specifically the jumping to aspect of conclusions. Preconceptions make parks sandbox of endless desert waste, end quote. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel, end quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Literally, out of the room. They're not... Do we even know if they're watching? I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. Well, that does sound like a simple case, unless you were the one who poisoned him. It's not often the judge starts pointing fingers. Thank you for the bits. What are you saying, Judge? Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know. Wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please. Do I have to? Can't we just strap a rocket to his back and launch him out of the courtroom? I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. Oh man, am I gonna have to perceive him up close? Oh no. Oh, I don't want it. 9 o'clock at night. Isn't that a little late for an interview? If the great painter Drew Misham says come at 9 o'clock, believe you me, I go at 9 o'clock. The first as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter. Have fun with that. Yeah, I will. Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? The first outside to enter the atelier, journalistic history made, end quote. You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio. Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Brushel guy, end quote. That's pretty good. I gotta give him credit. That's pretty good. If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider. By which he means Vera did it. So how did this epoch-making interview go? His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. Would you mind being a little more specific? Ooh-wee, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade. That's not what I meant. I believe I know what Hairforehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served? Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that's what I was going to say, really. Well, now, if you've got a question to ask, you'd best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits, several times if necessary. Write for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level, mind you. Who touched the coffee? Dunno. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it. Yeah, no, Apollo is me right now. Ay, ay, ay. And what's happened next? You know what happened next? Star Falls, end quote. Did it? What's this about a star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money, over. Zowie, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away, a star falls, get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Well, really, gravity's everywhere, true. See, gravity is like, an omnipresent force that just diminishes over space, but is determined by mass. Does this matter? Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Lacks punch. This stream goes nowhere. I know, star dies, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies, straight to the point, I like it. I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. The moment of death, the coffee, the star's coffee. The moment of death. About when Mr. Misham passed away. Oh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right? Yes, and then? Then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. It takes 15 minutes for the poison to act. So, unless he was in the back of the room for 15 minutes, it doesn't really line up. So cold was that touch he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Why are you smiling? Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go. I think he's starting his article already. Could you describe that a little more simply? Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Artist seizure is final performance. End quote. It's a little bit crass. Atroquinine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a bow. The limbs tremble. The throat burns. That's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight. Oh yeah? Well, I want details. Lots of juicy details. For that, you can listen to our last year's hit single, Atroquinine My Love by the Governors, available to all major music outlets. The point here is that the victim died of atroquinine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony? Important. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony. Very well, the court requests the witness add this account to his testimony. I want to go back. Where was it? No, it's gonna have it started. Yeah. Would you mind being a little more specific? Oh, wait, let me tell you. I want to ask about the other questions we had. Tell me about the other cups of coffee. Is that a non-option? Is that the wrong line? No one else in the room. I guess it's fine. That was definitely death by poison. You say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure? Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. I've covered wars, you know. I've had more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye. End quote. Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? Oh, okay. That's how you do it. Talking about your coffee. You drank the coffee that Vera served you too? I can't get over how much I hate this man. He's pretty vile, Dan. Not great. Of course, when someone serves you coffee, you drink it. That's what my old boss always used to say. Never did get what he meant by it, though. I'm worried that he's so off-putting and he's gonna be innocent. I'm worried that that's gonna happen. That Shutsukumi was like, let me make an atrocious human being, but then not make him guilty. And I'm like, he hasn't committed any crimes. He's just extremely upsetting. Lock him up anyway. But well, you're still alive, which is to say you didn't die. Of course not. He's guilty of doing that pose when he gestures to himself. Yeah. No point falling before you're a star. End quote. That's not exactly what I was getting at. What were you getting at then? You know the poison was on the rim, not in the coffee. Oh, yes, yes. There were 2 cups on the tray she brought, and one of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side. No chance the guest would take that one by mistake, I guess. Well, Mr. Justice, was that testimony important? Let's just say it was. We're talking about the coffee the witness drank. I'd say that is important. Very well, please add that to your testimony, Mr. Brushel. I drank the coffee too, but I'm not dead yet. How slow acting is it? You're sure you drank the coffee? Oh yes, just quiet. I gulped it down, felt that sweet scorch in my throat. But you say the victim took 1 sip and fell over, and you still kept drinking. You will be when I get my hands on you. Of course, drink your coffee when it's hot, never when it's not. That's what my old boss used to always say. Never really knew what he meant by it. Should I get him to talk about something else? Yeah, probably. You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course. He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet. I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had 1 so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote. That poison is quite virulent, I hear. My stomach did a so-called somersault, since I had gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Maybe something's there, some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess for the record? Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? No, but let's say yeah. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over. Oh, yes, you can go to press with that one. Okay, that's important. This is vital. Please add to the testimony. Finally. Very well, witness gratitude. Vital, right. He had 1 sip, if that. The next moment, he was on the floor. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. Just press that before we go back to the important bit. Can you say that for sure? For sure, I'm sure. Drew's studio isn't a big place, kiddo. I'd know it if someone else had come in. What if they'd been hiding in there from before? Even if someone had been hiding in the studio, they'd hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing. You think I, Spark Brusher, would miss something as obvious as that? No way. He sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job. There's only one moment we need to focus on, really. The moment when Drew Misham died? Exactly. There has to be something there. He had one sip and then he was on the floor. Next thing you know, Misham got low. So he either took a sip or he didn't and then fell over. Oh yes, indubitably, just like that, wham bam. So Mr. Misham drank the coffee and fell over immediately. I think Brushell's telling the truth too. Should I get him to talk about something else? No need. We got him. There's no real need to change the testimony. The problem with the testimony is already pretty obvious. Do I have an evidence that says how fast the poison works? Slow-acting deadly poison, etroquinine. I guess it says slow-acting there, so that's probably what we got. Autopsy report. Just says poisoning. Let's try the mug, because the mug says it's slow-acting. Well, Your Honor, see, the problem with that testimony is that this witness is awful and I don't want to see him anymore.
Objection!
You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atroquinine. Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 mg paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atroquinine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow-acting. Slow-acting? What? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Even the way he stands, he's standing menacingly. Order! What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct. Even his back guard, he was just kind of like, ugh. Why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Brushell, anything to say on the record? I'm sure we'll see the back guard again. Slow acting, S-L-O-W-A-C-T. It was virulent, all right. Even then, it already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on his scoop.
Objection!
He's a custom horror mob in Minecraft. It's Brushell, yeah? Herr Brushell, let's take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip?
Well, what's this?
This is Ace Attorney for the Nintendo DS. Thank you for the bits. Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion. End quote. Prosecuting attorney leads the witness. Judge does nothing to stop it. End quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. Do I have the Gnome Who sound by any chance? No. I did add this to my soundboard the other day, though, but I haven't had reason to use it. But no, I don't have the... Okay, just imagine this. Yeah, what do you got? When Brushell looks to the side real quick, little Gnome Who. Just whoop, whoop. I mean, this is just me whenever he does anything. You'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. That tea was poisoned. Which tea? This tea? Scoop? Oh, what is he doing? Oh, what is he doing? This is horrendous, Capcom. Why are you doing this? This only makes me physically gag. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Look, wait, just wait a second. Just 1 second. We're waiting, out with it. I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote, a story's survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Brush your eyes, Apollo. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I had heard of poison that takes its sweet time, see? Yeah? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. So this is... Thank you. Alright. Thank you, Gam. Yeah, right. Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say. See if I can time it. He moves so erratically, though. Oh, I got it. Okay, good. All right, we got him. Yeah, no, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Gam. What about, Oh, that timing is really bad. What about this instead? Sweet release. Now we don't have to think about it anymore. We're all unconscious. Or I still have no idea what you're talking about. End quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. Chad, I'll wake you up when he's gone. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Oh, the back sprite. Ugh. Oh, it's so much worse than my brain glanced at before. Oh god, he actually looks like an indie game horror nightmare monster. Oh my god. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony that Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony and my dream of exclusive rights to this story. Ach. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix Wright, who else? Achtung, Herr Brusher, report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the juris system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. And now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? Why would he go with poison? A suicide note? Maybe he came in for the interview, and Vera took one look at Brushel and said, I'm going to poison this man. But then Drew picked the wrong mug, and then he drank the poison. By mistake. Maybe that's what happened. He had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation. End quote. Brushel walked in, he decided to... Son of a suicide, poor Mr. Mishram. But that means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. What Brushel noticed. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Mishram was at his desk. What was he doing at his desk? Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham? Well, his daughter Vera, of course. Was anyone besides Misham and Vera present? Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse. The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brushel? I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney uses classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy, end quote. But Ramsden phenomenon. Which leads me to the Wikipedia page for Pickering emulsion. An emulsion stabilized by solid particles. What? I think he made up some shit. Alright. If you intend to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. Rammed them nuts in your face, so he put the letter away when he saw you. Early reporter gets worm, end quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. So this man, who has not been outside ever, leaves his door unlocked? I don't believe you. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Misham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. Yellow? I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. Does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice? I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. Add it. The testimony finds this testimony. The defense finds whatever. Yeah, very well. Please add it to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. The door just opened so Brusher wouldn't be able to touch the handle. He walked up and reached, and the door went, ugh. And you saw him seal this yellow envelope with the letter? Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw. Apollo, you think this might be our big break? Yeah. What I need is to show some decisive evidence now. Is it? I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. You didn't think anything might be wrong at the time? Hey, when I go in for an interview, that's what I'm there to do. Interviewer finds looking more effective than caring. End quote. So what about now? Thinking back on it, did you sense anything strange in Mr. Misham's behavior? Well, yeah, that's why I'm telling you all this to begin with. Very well, continue with your testimony. The judge is pissed. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? A suicide note? Well, yeah, don't quote me or anything. And why didn't he say end quote? I'm just saying it's a possibility, you know? So you didn't actually check the letter? Of course not, it was sealed. Contents of can unknown until can is opened, end quote. You can always check the label. Do you think Mr. Misham was writing a suicide note? If he was, that would solve the case in a jiffy. Kinda makes me wonder about the letter. But the letter I have is red. Is that... Am I just supposed to present that and be like, just pretend it's a different color? Or it was left at the crime scene. Or meant to be like, well, this was the one that we found, and so your testimony is not accurate. Your Honor, huh?
Objection!
As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. What's the yellow envelope? That's the autopsy report. That'd be a wild thing for him to have. Whoa, 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 whoa. What in the, whoa. I don't want to see that sprite again either. So often, there are sprites in this game where I'm like, holy shit, that was amazing, I want to see that again. Where someone's surprised and does something wacky. Every new sprite I see of this man, I'm like, I never want to see that sprite again. Like, if you went to Spriter's resource and looked up his sprite sheet, it should just be a big X. It should just be like, no. No, we are sparing you. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But therefore ahead, it's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. Is it? Yep, I guess, but not this envelope. Why? VOD watchers, you're being spared right now. Why would you do this to me? It's called end quote. Jesus Christ. It's a close-up of his face and it looks awful. Update chat. It's not gonna update. If it listen, I've been the first 2 streams of this game, the Apollo objection and Clavier jamming on his guitar didn't update, despite me refreshing multiple times. If this refresh makes this emote appear, I'm stopping streaming forever. I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done. We're safe. Thank God. Jesus Christ. Hi, thanks for the raid, Abby Normality. I hope you had a great stream. I am just hanging on by a thread right now. It was postmarked 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Brushel, I can explain that. I did things. Glad to hear it. I can't explain what's happening. It's bad. Everything's bad. Just look at this man. It's bad. Drew writes he wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of my sight. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? Yeah. What's happening on screen? Don't look at it. He grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. He crammed away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? You get him, Apollo. Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. It's possible. It's possible. Was it addressed to him? It was, right? So it was a letter for him that had been opened and resealed. So I don't think he put anything in there. He read it and resealed it for some reason. Or after he died, someone opened the envelope and then hastily resealed it. Probably our journalist here. Journalist. Is it possible? I mean, it's possible. It's literally possible. It's entirely possible. But Apollo, we checked the contents of that envelope yesterday, didn't we? You're right. The answer was clear if I'd only given it a little thought. I gave it thought. It's literally possible, but... Anyway, I guess it's impossible. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Notes that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Oh? Why would he address the letter to himself? That's why I said it's possible, not likely. Let alone send a suicide note to himself. Ugh. Everything about this man, ugh. Order, Mr. Brushel. Can you explain this to the court? Oh my, how could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots. End quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer. Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp. End quote. A stamp. Whatever for? Well, to mail his letter. What else? And then, why, yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box. Apparently, this yellow letter has nothing to do with our case. Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter, falls. End quote. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yeah, Your Honor, it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. Yeah. Uh-huh. Ugh. The moment I end stream, I'm deleting that BTTV emote. I don't want to be reminded of this man. Ugh, God. His fucking face. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. You can try. You can try. I felt like Anakin in episode 3. Fuck. You can try. This was from 7 years ago. Yeah? So I'm finished here, I mean? Am I finished here? Oh, you're finished. I was thinking of, going home to start writing. hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that rather unique face. Local streamer tries suppressing chat emotes, end quote. Come on! Attorney has active imagination, little else, end quote. Even I noticed something and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination, end quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. Can he just stop everything that he's doing? Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. If you remove end quote, I will end quote you. You can try. So you threatened to go to press with this story? That's how you got your interview? Blackmail? Well, yes. I mean, no. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, not... Something wrong, Mr. Brushel? Look. This is my story, my tidbit. Journalist's info is livelihood, end quote. I see. While you have me chatting away in here, what's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste. The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. 7 years ago. Thank you for the bits. The scent of a story. Oh, now I have to perceive him. I don't want to perceive him, Shu Takumi, and you know that. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. The victim, Drew Misham, had an aversion to reporters. Boy, I guess not even my considerable charms did much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is. Maybe you can elaborate on that bit for us? Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. Look deeply into his soul. I'm gonna perceive on him, and it's gonna be like a SpongeBob or other cartoon where it goes to like a painted close-up and it's hyper detailed. It's gonna be like that on this fucker. Exactly what sort of story was this? Oh, a little one, like I said. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing in between, end quote. Clean his glasses before you perceive him? No. I might have suggested I'd a lead on this particular story, but I didn't threaten or cajole or nothing, honest. So a suggestion was enough to get an interview. Mr. Mission must have really wanted to keep it under wraps. Such an anime character be the natural progression. True. That is a good point, that a lot of our witnesses in this game have been very much like, I have a couple poses, but I'm a little more reserved. And you see them like doing a little thing. They're tugging on this, they're doing that. This guy's constantly like an animated character, so yeah, to find like, what's his tell? Like, I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. It was 7 years ago today. A certain case 7 years ago. Tell us, what case? Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney. You can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case. Why not? It's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connections. Journalist reveals sources only over his dead body, end quote. So what'll it be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney. He sounds pretty determined not to talk. Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related? Yeah, well, I was just saying it's possible. Called reporter's intuition, end quote. Hey, I say a lot of things. You gonna pick all of them apart? Be my guest. All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious ones. But everything he says is sus. Anything else to add about Mr. Misham? Say what you will, Drew's talent was without compare. Just how amazing was Mr. Misham's talent? Huh? Who wee boy, I mean, hey, he's a star, man, a star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist paints light up studio like sun, end quote. This guy's full of wacky gestures, but that one just now was wackier than usual. He looks kind of nervous to me, Apollo. Definitely. I'm sensing something different than before here. Maybe it's time to bring out you-know-what. That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth. It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous. I wonder what this story he's talking about is. Must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Drew Misham out of hiding. I wonder. Maybe that's something to do with Mr. Misham's art. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. So this was the line where he was like, I can't tell you. And then this is the one that's specifically about the art. So I think it's probably one of the two of those. Out of the 5. Yeah, shit. Yeah, fuck. I don't wanna. No, I don't wanna. Ugh. Shit. Do I gotta look at the toothbrush or something? Does he start scratching at his head or something? What could possibly be his tell? I don't know. Do it again. Put it back. No, there's no putting it back. Mm-hmm. I'm perceiving him. I am perceiving. Not gonna like it. I bet I'm not. It's the elbow! Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, nothing immediately jumps out at me. Let's try the other line. His talent was beyond compare, was it? Say what you will. His talent was beyond compare. Without compare. That's it? Shit. Ain't nothing happening down there. You saw something? Let's try again. Let's look at his big dumb face. Just gonna look at his hand again. Okay. I noticed he has a pen behind his ear. I don't know if that's anything. It would be nice if I could skip to the next line. But I guess that's the whole point, is you're meant to be looking. So chat did see something. I'm gonna look at his pocket. Maybe his his quill and ink doing something. Not that that makes sense. None of this makes sense. No. Is there really a tell during this line? Is it his necktie? Or his throat? Does it appear on both screens? No, it only appears on the touch screen, which is why I have it focus. I'm gonna look at his other hand. Or his other arm as best I can. I'll ask this, chat. Is it... Because people were like, oh, I saw something. Is it actually during this sequence? Somewhere in these 3 lines. Because I want to make sure... Okay, thank you. I want to make sure I'm focusing my efforts. Appreciate it. I'm gonna just keep looking. Maybe it's like his eyebrows or something? Maybe they wiggle a little bit? Nope. Man, what could it be? What could it be? It's that fucking elbow, man. So I didn't see his hand move at all. Man, what is it? What am I looking for? Nothing's jumping out at me at all. He's just talking. Wow. I'm just gonna keep wiggling it around. See if anything jumps out at me. What do people do when they lie? I mean, they usually like look around or do something with their hands. But he ain't doing nothing. I am perceiving him. I am staring at his face. Give it a few more attempts and then I might ask for a nudge. I don't want to be told what it is, but I might... Don't say anything yet. But I might ask for like a part of the screen to focus, like a section of his body. Man. But I'm assuming it's something different. Like we had Lamarar swallowing, we had people playing with like stuff on their hands, tugging at their clothes. So I figure it's probably something different than those. But dude is just a statue. What the hell? What is he doing? Okay, I need a small nudge. I need a small nudge, chat. Whatever you think is the smallest hint you can provide. I need lower half. Done. Lower half. What? How did he slurp it back up? He gets real sweaty real quick. That is awful. His pores work both ways. Do not perceive me. I am perceiving it. I guess they made the animation quick, so you're less likely... I mean, I did not find it on my own, but... SpongeBob Gajinka. I feel like they made it fast because if it was slow, you're more likely to have it catch your eye as you're scrolling around. So you more have to notice the change rather than seeing it happening. Yeah, that's pretty mean. Makes more No, I don't think I... Maybe would have found it eventually, but I was about ready to give up. So I would have like switched to a different line. So I don't know if I would have found this on my own. Anyway. Gotcha! Gotcha. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel? Well, a man can't help his glands, you know. It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. Yeah, you're hiding something about his talent. Well, that's ridiculous. Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. Just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. Does he want the fake painting or the stolen one? Deposit 100,000 into this account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Sign the paper, send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. Then I just speak this to no one. I feel like probably the one he was working on, right? I mean, the stolen one is... I'm just like, how do you say with one piece of evidence that it's a forgery? You need both. So I don't know if it matters which one. I'll just try the one that he was doing. Okay. Well, apparently I was wrong. You've made a horrible mistake. Man burns bridge, forgets the cross first, end quote. Let's try it again. I'm gonna put down the safety save. If I'm completely wrong. Let's try the stolen one. This is the talent. It's the hidden painting. Like, I had it. Sometimes they let, according to chat, where they're like, oh, you can say this or this. Sometimes they let you do multiple pieces of evidence in order to be like, I get it. It's just one of these. And they're like, oh, you have to pick this one. I think it should have been fine with his. Ah, whatever. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are 2 problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. Ooh. Blah. Blah. Mo actually a good guy. Yeah. Mo is actually looking out for Regina and some other people at the circus. He just happens to be a clown. Which is, you know, great frame, yeah. Yeah, that is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop. Forgery, that's a serious crime. True Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Another art meaning forgery? True Misham was talented, alright, talented at making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about... Exactly, I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago? This is my story. Xanarkhan starts playing. So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of 100,000 was for... Exactly. Forge evidence nets tidy profit, end quote. Are we meant to assume that this letter is from Phoenix? And he paid him to forge... He wouldn't have had $100,000 though. Order, order. Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey, 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 the only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Brushel, your testimony at this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism's rock solid. Journalism's so solid you could stand an elephant on it, end quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo, what's he talking about? The cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera, that's what. His next testimony's our last chance. Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please. What else is there? The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died, nothing. What about the envelope that he mailed out? Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. A nice testimony, clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Ah, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it. Only the person in the studio that night was the defendant.
Hold it!
But that doesn't prove Vera poisoned him.
Objection!
How many times have we heard that one, Hair Forehead? The poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. And from where did that coffee come? Not to beat the dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in? I'm on it. You need a horse beat. I'm your man. Sir? It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself.
Hold it!
And you witnessed her pouring the coffee? Of course I didn't witness it. When she came in with that tray, the coffee was already poured and a-steaming. Let us not forget the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed. Eh? Wait, she confessed? That last part was just a little joke. Fuck you! I don't think I'm gonna get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this case. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug.
Hold it!
You're sure about that? Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room. And no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof. Possibility is there. I can feel it, just maybe not prove it. Not yet. And possibility isn't gonna cut it. Not now. Mr. Misham ingested that poison via a route other than coffee. Maybe the poison was on the yellow envelope, and when he licked it to seal the envelope, he ingested a bit of poison. But I don't have that envelope. But if we did, we could test it. But we don't, so. And I don't know why the tiny frame has poison on it either. Unless this, maybe he gave this little tiny painting a smooch after he did something. Because it's like they made a big deal about the poison is on the edge of the mug, but they haven't brought up the fact that it's yeah, if you pick up a mug, you're gonna probably drink it from this end. It's a good thing I got some tea today. You're probably gonna drink it from this end or this end, right? Depending on how you're holding it. Probably not this end. But you don't know for certain, right? So the fact that it's there and not on both sides, it's like, I don't know. It seems more likely he already had the poison on his lips and then went to drink. Took one sip, left residue on the mug, right? Rather than the poison being placed on the rim, because then it would be either on the entire rim or on both sides. So I'm like, yeah, already. That's already yeah. How long has it been since I drank the tea? Oh God. Don't know if he's right or left-handed. Right, but it's like I'm right-handed, but depends on which hand you pulled the mug from. Like I've been holding it with my left hand because I'm playing the DS with my right hand. so I've been drinking with this side, but I could easily drink from the other side. But that's the thing is, I'm a few steps ahead, at least. But I only just thought about the letter being maybe where the poison originated. But then it doesn't really make sense yet. I don't know enough about this other letter he wrote, but maybe he ate the envelope. But do I have any other? I'm gonna say not yet. It can't be proven. I do believe our little forehead is growing up. Pity, we like the rash, youthful forehead best. Another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. But first things first, I'd better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. On with the cross-examination. Bath worked hard poisoning that side of the mug. Make sure you take sips of it. Just like, why isn't he dead yet? I love drinking this mug with my left hand for the first time. Nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Not one thing. You're sure? Yep, sure can be. Well, with one exception. One exception? What? Journalist Spark Brushel does interview, leaves studio. End quote. Come on. It's a joke, get it? Not funny, I know, but still. Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Just one thing. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean something other than our witness? Of course. Don't tell me. The Vera Misham? Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Then let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. This thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. You know, like meow. Such as... yeah. Consider... yeah. This is the only link between that studio and the outside world. A letterbox? What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. Arr! But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night the yellow envelope disappeared. Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well, then. The witness will add this to his testimony. You got it. I still think this fails to change anything, Herr Forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. A letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio. And you were hiding that fact from us. Yes, well, actually, I don't argue the possibility that a letter disappeared from that studio. But Herr Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us? Right, how Mr. Misham was poisoned, I know. But Mr. Brushel's testimony has changed, which means the facts of the case have too. And what he's told us means something entirely different now, I'm starting to think. Let's keep thinking, Apollo. Think with your brains. This fool's still on the stand? Oh, yeah. We are on the final testimony, though. The only person in the studio that knows the defendant, it was Vera who poured the coffee. The only thing that touched Vera's lips during the interview was that mug. A letter was put in the post, but I hardly think that matters. The only person who could have poisoned him was his daughter. What can I push him with this for such in a way that could have implications to the crime? What did he say? Nothing can be more serious than envelope disappearing. You're hiding that fact from us. Yes, well, actually. I don't argue the possibility the letter disappeared. Isn't there a much more serious question? How he was poisoned. The testimony has changed. He told us it means something entirely different. Now I'm starting to think. Keep thinking. I didn't mean to press. I meant to present. I mean, this is the only new line we've gotten, so there's gotta be something that I can push him about. I mean, I'm also thinking, he's like, the only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. Without the letter, I can't really present that as evidence. It's gotta be my badge, right? It's gotta be my badge. A letter was put in the post. I hardly think that matters. I have to connect that letter to the poison. Is this what the tiny frame is for? I don't know. I don't think this... I saved. It's probably fine.
Objection!
The witness's statement is faulty. I'm sorry, I could see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you, Mr. Justice. I must be on the wrong track. The letter was put in the post. I hardly think that matters. What about this letter? This clearly matters. This evidence contradicts the statement that he made because it's a letter, and then this letter is important, so maybe the other letter is important. What about that's where the poison came from? Wow, I'm just wrong on every front. Okay. What am I missing? Close but no cigar. Man, what? What? Is it just the letterbox?
Objection!
Did I try this already? It exploded. It does? I don't see anything contradictory. Great. Well, time to die. Like attorneys in rain. Time to die. That's enough. See you later. Whippy. To shreds, you say? Terrible. Hooray! Yippee! Can we lock up Mr. Brushel just for fun? Try again from the trial ended. Try again. Where's it gonna put me? Just back here. So, okay, the nice thing about the checkpoint system is it does give me all my health back. So I can save over this. What on earth? I am a bit stumped. Because we got this new testimony of him, but I have no idea what to present for that. I tried everything I thought makes sense. I don't want to just go down the list. So either I missed something I'm supposed to present here, or it's a different line, but it's weird that I would be able to pull a new line from him, but then that's not it. Think you're forgetting a thing? I must be forgoing something. But if I forgot it, then I don't know what I forgot. There was options when I pressed the thing? Was there? Did I already forget that that was a thing? Are you sure about that?
Objection!
There was nothing. Oh, from this? I can prove it? Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof. Hair forehead, not possibilities. Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter, I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume? Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp? Oh. As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp. It's 2020 something. We don't really have to lick stamps anymore. I don't think I've had to lick a stamp in my adult life once. Not that I mail things very often, but every stamp I've ever gotten is just like a sticker. You just slap on. You can lick it if you want, I guess. Next year, licking stamps is gonna come back along with VCRs and everything else. Yeah, envelopes often you still have to lick. It's coming back. It's coming back. But if you like the flavor, it tastes so good. Feh. No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age. Oh, okay. You can lick anything. Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait, how does that explain the atroquinine on the rim of the coffee mug? Zoomer Clavier. If he licked the back of a poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing, it was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham? Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug. That is quite a way to phrase that. Order! But that doesn't, does it? Recall, if you would. Atroquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. Do you have something to add, Mr. Brushel? Oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. A stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe just run out? If he didn't find a stamp, why'd he put it in the mailbox? Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poisoned possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where is your evidence that proves the existence of this poisoned stamp? Oh. Other than the fact that it was in the mailbox, I guess? Because if it didn't have a stamp, he wouldn't have, the mailman wouldn't have taken it. Maybe the stamp was the stamp in the frame? Was that what was, and he took the stamp out and that's why it's so small? And it's because he couldn't find one, he went, maybe it's this. I didn't think about that.
Take that!
That certainly is a cute little frame, and by little I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection, so what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue! What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying... Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? I can't believe I pieced that together as soon as they wanted me to piece that together. Order! The poison stamp was in this frame? I was just gonna throw out the mailbox and be like, the mailman took it, so why else? Impossible. Prosecutor Gavin? Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Brushland? Please stop jittering around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too. End quote. So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Objection!
What I find harder to believe is that a man who never leaves his apartment would have run out of stamps and not went to bought more somehow. You know, it's I don't know. It's just like he would have been like, oh, I'm out. Make sure I buy mail order stamps. Oh, rich, that's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the governor's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. You can't buy poison stamps in bulk. That's true. Usually forgets. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again. Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail! Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death. Wait. The letter says included stamp, doesn't it? Wait. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. But we got it. Okay, I was like, what on earth does he want?
Take that!
Isn't this the envelope, the one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And exhibit B, page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp poison on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp, end quote. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Hip hip hooray! Such a splendid imagination you have here, Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago. Yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe, really? Oh, well... Is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? Yeah, a poison stamp in this envelope, a stamp that then became the murder weapon? How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, it was 7 years ago and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I see. Very well, I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein, Clavier. What? Huh? What? Huh? Ah! Emma! Oh. Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you out of all the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fraulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right! The poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Moment of truth. Ahem. Yeah, okay. Whew. I was like, if it turns up empty, I swear to God. Ugh. Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atroquinine residue. Surprised the lead thought they're 7 years. That's some potent poison. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why? Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? No. There's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp. And put his decisive evidence in a frame. You're still here? Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spock Razortooth Brushel, claim this scoop as mine. Drill Misham killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. Now maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote. Order, order. I see no room for further argument here, though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote. Oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo! I think we just won. Very well. This court finds the defendant... ... Hold for objection. No objection.
Objection!
Shit. Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago? Tickets for Gaviner's shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Herr Forehead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poisoned. Therein lies the rub. Let's bring out the Shakespeare. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sensed the trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Presumably what he had to mail out was more important than his life. I guess. Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgore? He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgore? You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? I mean, couldn't he have just wet the stamp through any other means? He didn't have to lick the stamp to wet it. Could have just like, well, I admit this is all quite shocking myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap. The forger forgore. Now that's a good article. The forgore forger. That had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo! I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you.
Objection!
Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atroquinine residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be atroquinine residue. But here forehead? It's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all. Yeah. Forgorgery. Viz, that's good. I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again. Apollo, we were wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atroquinine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope, an envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, Andrew Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame, Andrew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. A fake clue? Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than... I mean, I don't have a blinking health bar. The envelope, the frame, or Drew himself? Huh? All the above? Is the guy not dead? That would be great. The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Objection!
Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger? It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue, fakes, forgeries. Ah! I know that face, that's the I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Order! So you are telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Misham was. A whole Forger family. They should make an anime out of that. They should. How stupid do I have to think right now? Because I'm thinking pretty stupid. If Drew Misham wasn't the real Forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham was himself a forgery. The real Forger was... like 40 stupid? $500% stupid would be to play Drew Misham right now. 200% stupid would be Phoenix, which is pretty stupid. It has to make some amount of sense. It's, well, I was gonna say it's not true, Steve. I'm like, what if it is? I can't rule out anyone. I can probably rule out Clavier and Emma. Valent isn't... Is he a forger? Does he have it in him? Maybe. We know he has a reason to want Zack killed 7 years ago. Okay, maybe not that stupid. Is it his daughter? She would have been 12 7 years ago. I don't know. And I don't... I'm just gonna throw it out there. There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger known as Drew Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Order! Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you. I kinda agree. I mean, Vera, forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. That forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. So we're gonna say she didn't commit a murder, but she did commit forgery. The old classic Ace Attorney, my client is not guilty of this crime. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well... fascinating. Headed brush will not leave fingerprints. He didn't touch anything. Anything. Vera Misham? You've been paying attention to the trial so far? Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Misham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Frauleins, believe me, though they usually talk to me, too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. So, the forger Drew Misham was you. Leave with wits. Yes, it was me. But... what? The court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. To be continued. Jesus. $1:24 p.m. lobby number 6. I'm trying to figure out. I think people said that this is a long case. I don't know if this is where I want to leave it for today or not. I'm just like, I don't know how long the rest of this if this is like, this is a lot, if this isn't too bad. We can go a bit more. It's a long case, but is there a good break point within 2 hours? Is a better place to stop? All right, let's keep going. Sounds good. Okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Gotcha. Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Well, then who was he? Well, he was actually doing her nails. So, you really made those forgeries? Yes. For father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything. Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you're already creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. The one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time to the courtroom, please. Right, out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I like that too, that her line starts with the ... and then the next line is offset to line up. Yeah. I see. Mr. Justice. Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. But lately we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy?
Who's your daddy? What does he do?
Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. Yeah. We know the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. 136. Courtroom number 3. Yep. Daddy's daddy, also known as Lord Daddy. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one? Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet, she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes. It was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. All right, okay. I need more information about this forger, this Drew Misham. Drew Misham. I created things Father sold them. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. She was 12 years old, man. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Alright. God forbid women capitalize on the crime. This envelope came after my first work, one that was other than a painting. By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham. New industry? The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Yeah. Father handled the deal, all of it. Was every bit of evidence ever a forgery? So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoy painting very much. That wasn't the question. I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp? This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Atroquinine. Atroquinine. A moment here, forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful. Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Maybe she's so good at forgeries that she forged the poison on the stamp by mistake. I think it was. So you didn't know about the poison. I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite a close call. She just liked the stamp, I guess so. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Misham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face. Sir, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that. Yes. It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. God damn it.
Hold it!
There it is. Magicians? I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious with freaky. Father took me when I was very young. When I was a young girl, my father took me to the magicians to see them in their grand illusion act. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See, isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? Where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. Which was perhaps tied to the events of Zach's disappearance 7 years ago, which was probably the same case that resulted in Phoenix having forged evidence. Yeah, Apollo, we're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. Yeah, who knows? I create things before I sold them. This something okay. So now we gotta throw something at her and see what sticks. I do have a magic show ticket and the envelope. Anything in my box? Don't know what they're looking for. I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. He handled the deal, all of it. I received that stamp when that was in that envelope. It was after that job we moved to the current studio. Throw a coffee at her like a dough. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. I could throw this at her and be like, is this them? Well, that's not a picture of them. Shit. It's also not a contradiction. That's just like, meh. I don't know. What did they say at the end of this? What else have we got? The red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. But close, we just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon, a red envelope, the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. So we're supposed to connect the forgery she made to the case 7 years ago that we know very little about? Is that what we're doing right now? That's my first work that was other than a painting. What does it say in here again? Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Sign the paper, send in the enclosed envelope within the enclosed stamp. Within 3 days, I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. I carried things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. That's fine. It doesn't seem like we're supposed to be looking for a contradiction, right? I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job we moved to the current studio. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. What did she say about this? Magicians. I love mysterious things. It was a great magic show. Magic group disbanded, and then I was sad. Yeah. Distinguished thing, she said. Magic troupe. Where have I heard that before? So it seems like I'm supposed to just, like, tie it to the troupe, but, like, that's not a... I don't know. Normally I'm trying to be like, what's wrong with that statement? This just seems like I'm trying to get more information out of her. But it seems like I should press, and then they're like, well, what? I don't know. I'm just gonna try it. Objection! Those magicians you liked, was it this bunch? It's not really an objection, but okay. Apollo, they're not a bunch! I see. Still, I have to wonder, why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Grammary. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? Grammary? What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask what? No! Answer the question now! Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me, I apologize, but I must know, please, Miss Misham, tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book. A book. Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book, like a diary. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Misham, this book... Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover, yes or no? How did you know? Objection! Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor. Nothing? Sullied who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge? It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. Well... Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence, and the forger who made that evidence... Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? I think we all know who it was. I think we all know who it was. We only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? she's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Guess what? Is there something about me? Oh. Okay, it's not what I thought, but it's the other guy that makes sense it was. I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Vera! Bonk. The devil. The devil is in the details. The devil is in the D's nuts. Defendant Vera Misham. Condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis acute atroquinine poisoning? What? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Whoa. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount. Phew. Sparing the defendant's life. Oh, good. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance. Until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Yeah, no, I was thinking like maybe it was Valent who sent who was like, I need forged evidence in order to prove something about Zach's disappearance or something. Oh yeah, it is the old thief. Oh, is that? Oh, we're going back. We're going back. No, I think it was probably Clavier's brother, who I forgot, Christoph, because she keeps staring at him, and they look very similar. So that seems likely that he was the prosecuting the attorney during that case. So he was like, yeah, he got fabricated evidence into the trial, which then Phoenix used to win. But then he was like, but it's fake, and then he got him disbarred. So yeah, a little do-si-do there. That's my current theory. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. Wait, is that young Christoph? Or is that young Clavier? Makes more sense for that to be Chris. I guess we'll find out. And that is where we must go. Ooh, small! To find the whole truth. Little, teeny tiny. Okay, this is a good spot to leave it, probably. Oh my god. Showdown time. Oh god. Alright, well. Do not start this. I mean, I could just... We could do this instead. You want a yaw? There he is. He's awake. He's asleep. It was worth the $2, I'm telling you. Anyway, you're not even halfway done. You're like 25% done with this case. Jesus. 2 more streams. All right, well. Yeah, I think if we start this, it's probably gonna go real late. I feel bad because a good chunk of the stream was taken up by my stream exploding with dropped frames. I'm sorry about it still. Hopefully we get better luck for the rest of this. Switch can't compete. No, it can't. It's long. Yeah, people said it was a long case. Yeah, it's like 10 minutes. I still feel bad. Anyway, but yeah, we're gonna pick this up next time. Hope to see you then. Let me get caught up on stuff real quick. Thank you very much. This case is very fun so far. It's something. Hey, thanks. I just kind of gave him like a mid-Atlantic accent. Turn of the century. I'm the news bulletin guy. I hope we don't see him again. Smash with 100 bits. I thought I mentioned the Mason system is named after Perry Mason. I didn't put that together. Yeah, that's clever. The 1957 show about the fictional attorney of the same name, which I'm sure was an influence on Shoot Takumi for the series. On an unrelated incidental note, my parents love Perry Mason. Watch it every night on Meet TV. Nice. Leon Nillian, thanks for 2 years. I have nothing interesting to say, but 2 years is cool. Back to Vodland to avoid spoilers. Hello, future me. Enjoying your 2 months, 2 years. Enjoy your house key. Thank you. Next 4 years are gonna be so long. It's gonna be a bit. Plofilman, thanks for 53 months. Drago Queen, thanks for the Prime. Smash thanks for 96 bits. Next time you got jury duty, do try what Homer did to get out of it by saying you're prejudiced against all races. See what happens. It's gonna go great. I simply am a misanthrope, Your Honor. I can't possibly stand trial. Ronnie Vengeance, thanks for 75 months. That's so many. Thank you. JJ Wildheart, thanks for 63 months. Limestone, thanks for soup. Smash, thanks for 83 bits. Might as well mention Emma Sky is an interesting contrast to Dick Gumshoe as this game's main detective, whereas Gumshoe is incompetent but friendly, Emma is skilled but kind of aloof and even a bit hostile. To be fair, she's bitter. She didn't get to pass the test to become a forensic scientist and is stuck as the detective, but still, I miss Gumshoe. I miss Gumshoe too. I thought that Emma Sky was going to show up and then get replaced by Gumshoe at some point, but I guess if we're flashing back 7 years, maybe he's going to turn up. Josh Warby, thanks for 26 months. May I direct your attention to the cute animal's backyard where you can witness my 2 new babies. Except one of them is also the other's baby, so that's double baby. Show me double baby.
Double baby. Double baby.
Do 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 do. Here is new baby. There is that, and then there is this. Oh, and then there is this. Oh, good. Thank you. Very good. Very good. Yeah. Hop on the Discord. Join the Barry Court. There's a cute animal's backyard, and it's just full of delightful critters like that. Nuclear Sun, thanks for the hammy. Here's a hammy for frames to come back. It did work eventually. Oh yeah, thank you. Track Rock, thanks for 69 bits. Nice bit rate. For the record, it's now down to 2.1% of the stream imploded, so that's nice. Brownie Points, Dry Races, and Shriveling Fire, thank you all for the raids. Call me Jay, thanks for 4 months. Did you know there was only a few months between the release of Trials and Tribulations in this game? Yeah, thanks for letting me know. That is wild. Pixel Kenji, thanks for 100 bits. Can we have Officer Meekins back instead? The NPCs you think you're happy to see the last of. And then he goes, hold my beer. I'm gonna create a new NPC that you don't want to see ever again. Jacob Bacon, thanks for 96 bits. Which one's worse, Brushel or Old Bag? Ugh. I mean, Old Bag just kept showing up so many times. And she was so openly hostile. I'm kind of tempted to say I dislike Old Bag more than Brushel. Brushel's just awful, but Old Bag is infuriating. like, whoever wins, we lose. But like, they're both bad. Brushel's at least helpful. It's like, yeah, roundabout, but he's not so full of himself. Amarillo's Thorn, thanks again for the raid. Skyward Lee, thanks for 100 bits. Brushel is like a liminal space in human form. Technically normal, at face value, deeply disturbs your psyche. Sonomally, thanks for 100 bits. Gotta give credit where it's due. The Ace Attorney designers have a knack for character designs that elicit a strong reaction, and Brushel is certainly an example. They have some amazing artists that have worked on the series. Master Loic, thanks for 13 months. Lloyd Forger. Lloyd. Limestones, thanks for 69 bits. Balatro living rent-free in Barry's head. It sure is. Did somebody say Balatro? Did somebody... A tier list? Maybe. Did somebody say Balatro? Slightly sped up Balatro theme? My beloved? Smash, thanks for 96 bits. Fun fact, apparently the artist based Spark Brushel's appearance on Shu Takumi himself. And did you notice he blinks upwards as his lower eyelids go up instead of his upper eyelids going down? Really weird, dude. Surprisingly not the worst weirdo we've dealt with. Well, thank you. Arcade Bubbles, thanks for 83 bits. Apparently Shu Takumi did a magic trick during his Capcom job interview. Suddenly Trucy makes more sense. Limestone, thanks for 96 bits. Brushel versus Stickler. Who would I prefer? Which one is Stickler? Who's Stickler? Oh, he was the student, the panty thief. Ugh. They're both bad. I don't know what I have to choose. Who would I prefer as a witness? Man, probably Stickler. That's just how awful. It's just how awful Brushel is. It's great. Ogron, thanks for 51 months. This is why I don't drink coffee. Never again. Just drink some tea. I love Spark Brushel. Don't be mean to him. Thank you for the bit smash, Matt. Agree to disagree. He is a lot. You have to admit. Riding level 4, Grip. Thanks for 3 months. Enjoy your silver key. This one goes out to the judge. Enjoy. You have bar judge now. I hope you enjoy. Abby Normality, thanks for the raid. Pangolin Montanari, thanks for 96 bits. Spark Brushel looks like a late 90s pre-rendered CGI adventure game character. I know exactly what you mean. Smash My, thanks for 10 bits. I thought of something. Do you think it's Drew Misham as in he drew sham paintings? Drew me sham. Me sham. He's a sham. Kai pasting with Vera said, so Barry sees later. Time to explain name puns. Her name is Vera, which means truth in Latin. Her last name is Misham or My Sham. Her last name in Japanese is Esse, or imitation. Therefore, her full name is True Forger. Well, that kind of gives it away, doesn't it? Dave, thanks for 56 months. Not sure why this didn't show up earlier, but hey, thanks you. Someone's Prime subs take a bit to pop, but thank you. Did you know that if you Prime, you can Prime? Scarred Frog, thanks for 22 months. Barotate, Vitas Farners, thanks for the $1 redo. And Dave, thanks for 100 bits. Art is meant to evoke emotions, not necessarily good ones. Forgot where I heard that, but I thought it was appropriate. Yeah, I agree. That's more or less my definition of art. It's like something created intentionally in order to evoke emotion. It's like pretty generic, but I think it covers most scenarios. But anyway, thanks for hanging. I'm gonna kick y'all out of here. Thanks so much for joining. We're gonna pick this back up next time. I need to see real quick if they're going, cause let me check real quick. So I know that Bath and Nicole are doing a speed run on they are next. They got pushed back to 8:40. So in about 40 minutes, Bath and Nicole are gonna be speedrunning Lethal Company on this Twitch channel, Speed Stuff for Charity. But they're not on for 40 minutes, so I think I'm gonna raid someone else. But I was like, if they're starting soon, I could raid them. But go check them out. Someone needs a permit? And post a very good shoot to Kumi Doodle. Go for it. Yeah, so go swing by that channel in about 40 minutes, and Bath and Nicole are gonna be doing Lethal Company speedrun. What do you got? What do you got, Jay? A JPEG. Yeah, someone shared this earlier. This was like his... Oop, I accidentally closed the tab. This was his first, like, idea of what Perceive would be like. It's good. Yeah, it's good. Checks out. Thank you. When are they gonna be on? In about 40 minutes from now. So there is a schedule listed on their Twitch page if you go to Speed Stuff for Charity. But there's someone currently running Gunbrella, which sounds rad. But I think we're going to go raid somebody else who is streaming right now. Such as Steph. Let's go raid Steph. Steph is playing... What? I don't know. Just chatting. It looks like, whatchamacallit. What's that game? What's the game with the robot lady? We gotta perceive. You gotta perceive. You know, the video game with the robot. Not Near. No. Pac-Man. No. It's it's like Silent Hill kind of, like fixed camera perspective, walk around, shoot people. Signalis. I kept thinking Stellaris, and I'm like, that's a different game. Signalis. It looks like Signalis. I don't know what she's playing, but I don't know. Go say Steph. Steph is an amazingly talented artist. Good vibes, good streams. Yes, I should have said the lesbian robot game. People are like Signalis. But anyway, go say Steph. Go throw some perceives or eyeball emojis if you don't have bar perceive or just don't feel like posting it. It could be end quote. I just kind of want to throw out some perceives because you can look. But yeah, see you next time. We're gonna. It sounds like we might not finish this case next stream, but we're gonna learn more about what the hell happened 7 years ago. Finally, DL6 again, kinda. So thanks for joining. Have a good one. Have a great rest of your whatever. And goodbye. Yeah, you go on, get. Thanks for hanging. Bye. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. Hope you enjoyed the VOD. And I don't know. Thanks. See you later. One last yaw for the road, shall we? Shall we? VOD watcher exclusive. Yeah. There you go. Goodbye.